and Democratic candidates for U.S. Senate that you can access at woodtv.com, as well as additional interviews with candidates for these and other races. First, let's hear from Republican Congressman John James, one of two Republicans left in the race for their party's nomination for governor. You're running for governor for the Republican nomination. You have some company out there, and this race has been going on for a long time already. And there has been some push and shove. Give me your take of what you're hearing on the campaign trail when you're talking to potential voters out there. What's concerning Michigan people?
People are excited for change. People feel like there has been kind of a going away from the fundamentals. The fundamentals truly are academic excellence, economic mobility, public safety, accountable government, and healthy families. These are the reasons why people came to Michigan from all over the world and from all over the country. Families like mine. My dad came up from the Jim Crow South, not just for a better life, not just for a better job, but for a better life. And I feel like his grandchildren, my children, may have to leave to find it. We went from 19th to 34th in terms of economic outlook. We are 44th in the nation in terms of literacy and academics for our children. You look at, we're number 2 in unemployment, and we're among the slowest growing states in the entire country. We need to get back to what works. We need to focus on the fundamentals, and we need to make sure that we're doing that. We need a change, and having somebody who has the experience in the real world to bring about that change is exactly what people are excited to have.
When you look at some of the performance outcomes, yes. In fact, one of mine just took a college entrance exam type of test. Very proud that they did very well. But when you look at some of the third grade reading scores and the math scores and some of the things that aren't performing, what can the state do to turn that around? Understanding it's not going to do it in a short period of time.
Well, first of all, I want all kids to be successful. And I believe that when parents have the ability to choose where they can send their children, where they'll be safest and most successful, that's when you're going to begin to see these kids, our kids, thrive. I believe very, very strongly that our public schools have to be successful. Our private schools, charter schools, home schools, there should be no wrong way to educate our children. We should not be gatekeeping our children's success. And so really driving accountability through every aspect of the school system, making sure that we're rewarding good teachers, taking care of their benefits, their pay, making sure that we're rationalizing the proliferation of school. Did you know that just in Southeast Michigan, we have more school districts than the entire state of Florida? Now, which school system is doing better? There is a massive amount of waste that's just being wasted on redundant overhead. That needs to go to good teachers. That needs to go to curriculum. That needs to go to our students. We need to start paying for these things that we need, but also we need to focus on the basics. Phonics, we need to get back to literacy. We need to have accountability. Gretchen Whitmer repealed the third grade standards where we would actually be able to note which schools were educating our kids up to reading standards, and then potentially giving our kids a little bit more time to learn to read if they need it. We have to have a philosophy where we will not fail our children, because the school systems are failing our children. Our children are failing. We owe them an education. And I truly believe that a child's future should not be determined by their zip code. Every child, regardless of whether or not they live in an urban area, rural area, or anywhere in between, deserves to have a school system where they can survive and thrive, and parents should have the ability to choose that.
When you talk about economic opportunity, and you talked about your family coming here for just that, part of that equation is having the right kind of education so you can access that. But we also know here in the state, we have struggled by attracting jobs and getting the right kind of jobs. What do you have to do if you're successful in your quest? What do you have to do to make Michigan a destination state when there are some kind of built-in hurdles, if you will, because we hear a lot about regulation and how long it takes to get things done, that kind of thing. What do you do to make this a place where businesses want to be?
Yes, well, I'm old enough to remember when the Lions were not playoff contenders. But you know what? I learned in the military and from Dan Campbell that leadership can change a culture. I believe that having leadership in Lansing that treats businesses like assets and allies rather than adversaries or enemies, creating a culture where we reward folks for training up their employees, upskilling them, and bridging the gap between the labor need and the labor availability. These are the types of things that working in concert with businesses that we can do. Treating our farms like they're assets to the state of Michigan, rather than having Deagle treat them like they're doing something wrong. Treat them like partners. I truly believe that that businesses and people go to where they're treated with the most respect. We're going to treat businesses and people with most respect. With business, the environment needs tort, tax, and regulatory reform to make it more hospitable, to mirror states like North Carolina and Tennessee and Indiana that are taking our population and our jobs. We also need to have a philosophy that is more focused on retaining the businesses that we have, treating the small businesses with respect, and then reclaiming the businesses that may have left. And then when you do that, it'll be a much more attractive state. We're not going to have to waste hundreds of millions of dollars on corporate welfare to try to paper over terrible policies that are making it adversarial for businesses to survive, thrive, and grow. So listening to the business community, focusing on local control, and doing everything we can to help the labor situation we have in Michigan.
And for those who don't know you, you've got some background in this. You've grown a business here in Michigan. When you think about Michigan, you think about business, you have to think about the automotive sector. And we know that that can be volatile, and it has been in flux and it's changed. And we saw the push towards electric. We've seen a withdrawal from electric in some cases, but there is still a question about what that looks like going forward. How far do we need to diversify while at the same time keeping the strongest, perhaps most important business we've ever had in the state?
Well, that's a great question. Automotive and ag are our two largest industries in the state of Michigan. We have to do everything that we can to make sure that they can survive and grow. But we also need to diversify our economies to include tourism, to include energy, to include defense. These are all things that we can do by having the regulatory, tort, and tax reform, lowering corporate taxes, lowering personal income taxes, having the regulatory reform to address right to work, to address ESTA reform, having the tort reform so you're not having $3,000 additional cost per man, woman, boy, and girl because of the litigious environment that we have here with some of these nuclear trials and some of these third-party investments in these lawsuits. These are all things that add to the cost of doing business in the state of Michigan. And by just looking at some common sense reforms and things that are working in other states that are, frankly, eating our lunch from an economic standpoint, we can make it more hospitable for business to grow and for others to come here and set root and grow as well.
We'll be right back with another Republican candidate for governor next. Welcome back as we look at the primary race for an open governor's seat in Michigan. What began as a much larger field has now been narrowed to two. Congressman John James, who you just heard from, and businessman Perry Johnson, who says, as an efficiency expert, he is just what state government needs. Mr. Johnson, let's talk about this quest for governor. There are a lot of things that you have proposed, including doing away with a number of taxes and being able to kind of streamline government in some of the same way that you have in business and industry. How does that work and how does it play out? What would it take to do away with the income tax?
Actually, I don't think it would take that much. Let's be realistic. When Gretchen Whitmer took office, the budget was about $56.5 billion. Right? And if it had gone up at the rate of inflation, and even with all of our crazy spending and the recklessness, we would still be over $10 billion less than we're spending now. We only collect $13.5 billion in income tax. So eliminating this income tax is not like it's an insurmountable thing. You can just look at little items. 1 year alone, we spent over $11 billion when we overpaid unemployment and Medicaid. 1 year, $11 billion. We spend roughly $1 billion a year trying to ameliorate the quality of education for fourth grade students and under. In fact, our goal was to make better readers out of them. And when she took office, we were 26th in the country in reading for fourth grade and under. She put in this $1 billion a year, and what happened? We're now 44th in the country. We got worse. Thrown away because of the wrong program, getting rid of phonics. When you get rid of phonics, you make it very hard for the kids to learn. The answer is not just throwing money at things. The answer is using some logic behind it. We spent almost $1 billion to try to increase the speed of the Amtrak train by 10%. Why? We didn't even achieve it. Throwing money away like this is nuts. So With my Michigan efficiency government audit, we will find out ways in which we can become more efficient. She does not like an audit now. Our current governor does not allow audits. I am going to have complete transparency. We are going to audit. We are going to be more efficient. And in the end, the people get to keep their money. Think about that, $4,747 every year to the typical family in our state.
Every dollar that flows through every government has a constituency. And when you start changing those dollars and the way they flow, those constituencies are going to have something to say about it. How do you approach this in such a way to get buy-in from not just those groups, but the 110 members in the House and the 38 over in the Senate?
Well, when you say a constituency, that isn't entirely clear. It's not clear to me that people are going to say, okay, I really needed that Amtrak train, so I needed that $1 billion. I don't think people are going to say, well, I really think Bethune should have gotten that $20 million because after all, she gave Gretchen $300,000 and stealing $20 million, it's not much. I think people are tired of the fraud, the waste, and all that goes on. And it's about time that we start doing something about it because I think people want to keep their money and realize every single state in the union, without exception, that eliminated the income tax ignited the state. There isn't an exception. Every single state that has done this has constantly had an improvement. I want that improvement to continue in this state. And Tennessee is the latest example of excellence as a result of that effort. They are just like Michigan. They had a declining population. People were leaving. Suddenly, they eliminate the income tax, and it's explosive over there. They're booming. In fact, as I mentioned before, where did Ford put their new plant? Not here, in Tennessee.
Is there a place in government that you can find these efficiencies, but still maintain some of the kind of services that people expect? In other words, can you reduce the spending, find efficiencies, and still deliver the services that people want?
Mark my words, I intend to improve the services. I don't intend to have anything be cut. When we say this, I mean it. When we go to companies, the perfect example is when we started in the auto industry, we ended up in a position where they had these people on the assembly line inspecting the product and then they throw it out or rework it. We not only improved the quality exponentially, we cut the cost of production by 40%. Nobody suffered. We ended up with better quality and we ended up with lower cost. We do that time after time. When I worked with the Naval Supply Center, we had a very similar situation. So when I say this, it doesn't matter what organization you have. When you start with a mega audit, an efficiency audit, you start looking at what you can do to make the services better and at the same time, reduce the cost. So I don't intend to have anything go down. I intend to have education better. I intend to have the roads better. I intend to have everything better with our spending less. We talked about the overall theme. When Gretchen ran, what did she run on? Fix the damn roads. And man, they're no better now than they were. And we spent a fortune. I say, let's have quality roads. Spend less, get more.
On the Democratic side, there are also two candidates left. You'll hear from both of them in just a moment. Welcome back. Having an open seat for governor in U.S. Senate has never happened in the decades I've been covering politics in Michigan. This year, both races have and will continue to get national attention. On the Democratic side for governor, attrition has once again left you with two choices. Up first, two-term Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Madam Secretary, this is an interesting time because this conference on Mackinac Island was going to be largely about the former mayor of Detroit, Mike Duggan. Last week, when he decided he was going to be out of this race, you put out a release that talked very positively about him, the things he had done, even his participation. What does that mean with him out of the race?
Well, first I'll say I think this conference is always about the future of Michigan, really, and talking about how we can become a top 10 state in just about everything, which is the aspiration I share. And so I always appreciate the conversations here. And as a resident of Detroit, I really appreciate the leadership that Mike Duggan brought to the city and someone who is really committed to doing things well, bringing people together. We align on a lot of things, like making sure we are working together, that we are thinking big and bold. And so I appreciate what he's brought to the city. I think he'll continue to be an important figure in the state, and I consider him a friend. And again, hope to continue to find ways to work with him in the years ahead.
One of the things you've done in your race for governor is you've laid out some pretty specific plans on some big issues, starting with education. Let's talk about what your vision would be if you're successful in becoming governor, because every governor or potential governor that I've talked to sitting on this porch has wanted to do something about education, yet here we are in a situation where we are not faring well when judged against the rest of the country. What do you want to do?
Well, I'll say this. First, I'm leading with a sense of urgency because I'm a mom of a 9-year-old, soon-to-be 10-year-old kid. I know everything we do over the next decade is going to define his childhood, and it's going to define the childhood of kids all across the state. So we have to act, and we have all that we need to become a top 10 state for education. We've got the plans. We've got the ideas. What I'm going to bring is a seasoned administrator who knows how to run things well, and especially in a decentralized environment, as both our elections and our schools are, is a bold vision for how we can transform our schools, not just through funding and doing away with the one-size-fits-all funding model and replacing it with an equitable weighted formula that will ensure we're meeting the unique needs of every school, of every kid, but also ensuring that we're creating a new standard for what it means to have a degree in public education in Michigan. What it means to go through K through 12 should mean that every kid, no matter where you graduate from, is career or college ready. And how we create that system is going to require us to work together across the aisle with our educators, with the superintendents and others at the local level. And it's something I've seen is possible due to my work overseeing not just our elections, but also our customer service side, where we have all local entities in our branch offices that we have to bring up to it with a statewide model and a statewide level of expectations. We need to do the same thing with our local school districts to make sure we're valuing what they have and what they need at the local level, valuing our educators, paying them better, recruiting and retaining the best and the brightest to teach our kids, and then working at the local level to ensure at the state level we're meeting these statewide expectations and providing resources for every school to do so. And I'll say this, I've talked with our former governors, both Rick Snyder and of course, Governor Granholm and now Gretchen Whitmer, to say, what did you see? What walls did you hit? Because we all did come to this with the same ideas of improving education. And the one thing I found when we look not just to Mississippi, but Maryland, who's actually moved the needle in a significant way under the leadership of Governor Wes Moore, is that you need to bring people together and you need a bold, uncompromising leader at the top from the governor's office who's going to say, we have a moral responsibility to ensure our schools are among the best in the nation, and I'm leading with a sense of urgency. I'm bringing that to the table, and I'm determined to get it done for my kid and for the kids all across the state.
I don't want to linger on this too long, but when you talked about not one size fits all, are you talking about per pupil funding that has been equalized during the Whitmer administration, which was something that was promised 20 years ago, 30 years ago? But it finally happened. Are you talking about changing that? Yeah.
I mean, I'll say this. We have defunded our schools at a higher level than any other state for the last 30 years. That has in many ways brought us to where we are. And so we do have to figure out how to ensure we're not just getting the resources to the schools, but we're looking at wraparound services, transportation costs, after-school support, a number of other things, early childhood education and care, not just for our kids, but for our families. So I do think it takes more than just funding schools to improve our education system. The states that have succeeded in moving the needle show us that. And so I'm looking at a comprehensive way in which we can right-size the funding, but also ensure that funding is being efficiently and effectively delivered to where it needs to be. And then on the other side of it, we're transparently tracking how that funding is spent so that we know it's moving the needle and meeting the metrics that we set at the state level. One of the things that we haven't had before that I want to create is a statewide strategic plan for improving our schools. What does every community need, and what responsibilities are we taking at the state level so that we can work together across the state to meet the needs of every school? And for some that'll mean the current funding allocation is sufficient. For many it won't. What a school in Alpena needs is different than what a school in Muskegon needs. So we need that statewide strategic plan that will help us identify the specific needs of every school district. And again, as the chief election officer, I've overseen elections with 1,500 election districts. So I know how to take a decentralized operation and make sure it's meeting statewide goals. And we need that same type of leadership for our education system.
When you talk about something that affects the entire state, when you talk about housing,
Yeah.
and the housing crisis, and I think it's fair to call it a crisis because availability, prices, interest, all of the things that go into it. You have talked about doing something to make housing more affordable, more available. That seems like a really long-term process.
I don't think it can be. I mean, certainly everything we want to do is short and long term.
Right.
We have a long-term vision, but short-term plans for action. Our plan for improving the affordability of housing, which is critical for nurses who are trying to live in the communities that they're moving to provide care, teachers who want to work and live in the communities they're teaching. We have to ensure that, number one, we're providing that supply. And that comes with streamlining how we build homes in this state so that it doesn't cost months and thousands of dollars before you even put a brick in the ground. By streamlining how we operate and we build, increasing the supply, that's priority one. But priority two is support, making sure we're providing support for first and second time homeowners and folks like teachers and nurses who are moving to communities to teach so they can afford to live in those communities. And by investing or through tax credits and other ways, providing that support, we can ensure they can. The third pillar is accountability, because there are a lot of out-of-state developers who are coming in, buying up housing, and then driving up costs. I've talked to people who are renting and said, someone bought our apartment complex and now my rent has tripled. We need to hold them accountable because that's unacceptable. And so by holding accountable bad actors who are actually driving up costs, increasing the supply and providing support for first and second time homeowners, we can do our part in trying to solve this housing crisis. And I'm also talking with other governors around the country because it's not unique to Michigan that we're dealing with this. So taking best practices and seeing what's working elsewhere, bringing them to Michigan is something we'll continue to do so that we can move the needle.
One of the other costs that is plaguing, and again, it's not just Michigan, but we're certainly seeing it in Michigan, and that's energy cost.
Yeah.
And I know that the Attorney General and some of our congressional delegation have been trying to take steps, but the fact of the matter is that what you and I are paying for energy today is considerably higher than it was when you first took office.
100%. I mean, I live in Detroit, and our power has gone out 3 times in the last 6 weeks. And when your price is going up and the outages are increasing as well, it's infuriating, right? And so I get that, and we need to ensure we're ending the unfair price hikes that are simply going to drive up profits, and instead working together to ensure we're modernizing our grid so that we're reducing those outages, and also investing in clean and renewable energy, which is going to be that long-term plan that will actually reduce cost of energy over time. So we have to hold accountable those who are just driving up prices, but also work together to ensure we're investing in the infrastructure to ultimately be able to deliver energy in a more affordable way. And you've hit it on, I've released affordability plans. You've hit on all the pieces of our affordability agenda: healthcare affordability, housing affordability, energy costs, and childcare. All of it is something that I think the next governor needs to prioritize. Driving down costs across the board is a priority for me in this campaign and will be as governor. And I think housing and healthcare and energy costs are those 3 biggest priorities that we have to reduce.
Quickly, on the renewability part of energy, there is a big cost that's associated with that. And some of the energy companies have said, look, we're going to have to invest in solar farms and wind power and all of those things. Is there a possibility that needs to be integrated more slowly, or are these deadlines that the legislature put in place and the governor signed, are those drop dead dates?
Well, I think the deadlines that the Clean Energy and Jobs Act create are actually a great opportunity for us to prioritize investing in that transition to clean and renewable energy in a way that's going to drive down costs ultimately for Michiganders. So I'm great. I also like deadlines, timelines, and metrics because I am not patient and I like to get things done. So to me, those deadlines actually do create something for us that we're required to work towards and prioritize on the executive level as a governor, but working with our lawmakers as well and all of our stakeholders to make sure we meet. And I'm committed to making sure we meet those deadlines. You know, I like to meet them sooner than hopefully we can, because I know every day we don't. We're not addressing the energy cost crisis in this state, and that's ultimately what renewable energy will enable us to do.
We'll introduce you to another Democrat vying for the nomination when we come back. Welcome back. As we look forward to primary day, we'll introduce you to the final major party candidate on the primary ballot for governor, Chris Swanson. He is the sheriff of Genesee County. He's also in education, and he's approached this race by driving tens of thousands of miles, getting his message out in hopes of making a connection with voters. Sheriff, I want to start with a pretty simple premise. You've been doing this for 18 months. We just talked about it, how you've driven 100,000 miles, almost 100,000 miles over 83 counties. What do you have to do to close that gap with Jocelyn Benson? Because, you know, you look at the numbers, I look at the numbers. Obviously, she has the advantage of having her name on buildings in every county in the state as Secretary of State. And she's been out there, but you have continued your campaign on a very grassroots level.
That's right.
What do you have to do to get there by August 4th?
Name ID doesn't mean electability. And I've never taken that for granted myself. And as much as anybody running for office at this level, we've all done things that have prepared us for that office, but also to close the gap. And I said long ago that I'm not taking the millions of people I reach per month for granted. The walk on May 30th, Ignite, Ghost, all the things we've done, you gotta go to the people. Retail politics. Even if you've had all the names on buildings and you've had all the things that go on your way, when you announce your run for governor, you need to show up. And so I've been to these places and I've driven the miles that you just said, because that lays the foundation. It's like tilling a field, sowing the seed. But the last 24 days, that's when the harvest is ripped. That's when people show up and they have to vote. We've done the groundwork and it will shock people. I don't look at the polls because if the polls are right, I've said it before, Hillary Clinton should be president, Donald Trump should not, and Mike Duggan should still be in the race. The ground game is the key. Whoever works the hardest is going to win.
You are a law enforcement officer. You are a instructor at the college level. You've done a number of different things in your community, and you've traveled all over this state. What gives you the confidence that this harvest will be fruitful for you as we move? I mean, we're already people are already casting votes right now, even as we speak. But what gives you that confidence? Because when the primary is over, life goes on, right? Mm-hmm. No matter what the outcome is. Yeah. So what gives you the confidence that after the final primary votes are cast, that you're going to be moving on into the general election?
Well, follow me on this. There's 10 million people in the state of Michigan, about 7.4 million registered voters, with an 18 to 20% voter turnout. It's a numbers game. It's go to the people who are going to turn out, and not just in the 5 biggest counties, over on the west side, the UP, rural communities. Of those 18 to 20% that are going to turn out, there's about 2.1 million votes up for grabs. When it comes to Democrats, anywhere between 938,000 and 1.1 million. The last contested Democratic primary was 2018. Abdul Al-Said, Sheree Tanahart, and Gretchen Whitmer. Sheree took Detroit, Wayne County. Abdul took Dearborn Heights. Gretchen Whitmer won because of Saginaw, Bay, Midland, and Genesee County, the Saginaw Valley, not including all the others. I only need 566,000 votes when you have a 2-person race. And when you look at the labor endorsements, there's nobody running that has 34 labor endorsements, multiple statewide. There's about 400,000 organized labor active retirees that vote. If we just have 1 or 2 of their family members vote, we win just by labor alone. But that doesn't include all the times I've come here to Wood TV to talk to the West Side, all the places I've gone. I do 8 to 9, 10 events sometimes per day, 1,600 events since I announced. Then you add on top of that, just last 28 days, 9 million people reached on social media, not even on paid media or even on news, just our media channels. Those are those things that build the foundation. They're going to set the tone. I look at it on August 5th. You're going to see a referendum that is going to be announced. If you look at across the country, even last week in Colorado, you had a U.S. senator, all the name ID, all the money, got beat by 10 points when his competitor, the Attorney General, was down by over 30 the day before. I look at these. This is where the grassroots comes in, and this is where people are going to go, and they're going to walk into a booth, and they're going to look around, and they're going to go, Swanson, because I was there. Just yesterday, I was at the Shiawassee County Dem Club. They have given 8 separate invitations to other people running for governor. I've been there multiple times. I'm the only one that shows up. That's the kind of thing that's going to make the difference, and that's what people are going to do on August the 4th.
When you were sitting here a few weeks ago, we talked about just this very thing, that you have not only shown up, but you have gone multiple times to some of these Democratic organizations or just going into different places. How do you maintain the energy? Not that you're lacking any of that, but how do you maintain the energy to continue doing this, understanding that the money and the numbers are somewhere else, right? I mean, the real numbers will, as you point out, will be revealed by August 5th.
That's right.
We get that. But how do you maintain the energy to do this kind of a grassroots campaign? Because you've been out there for a long time.
Yes, sir. I know I can win. And I'm a 5-time Ironman. I'm a competitor. I wouldn't start anything if I couldn't finish. And when I went there and I spoke to people, and every time you'd hear something that would try to distract you, you stay the course. If you look at history, and I've said before, the ones who work the hardest win. Even that was the example I gave just last week in Colorado on the Democratic side, running for governor. Jim Blanchard got beat as a sitting governor by one who worked harder. That's what keeps me going, is I'm a competitor. People have invested in me. They've given me $5. They've brought me into their homes. I owe it to them to finish it. They didn't think I could get on the ballot. 28,306 signatures later with an 83% validation rate. They didn't think I had the money. I've had the money 18 months. We have more money now than we've had. We have enough money to get across the finish line. Money in the bank on August 5th means nothing. You got to get to August 4th. So I stay the course because there's a skill inside of me. There's a gift inside of me that is my energy. I hear it all the time. Is he always like this? The answer is yes. This is what comes natural. But I feed off you. I feed off your viewers. This is what people are looking for. The party itself needs a boost of energy. Politics need people that are excited about doing something for the good of people. So I create it, but I don't get distracted.
When you think about August 5th, and let's just make the presumption at this point that you pull a victory out of this race, you're going to face one of 3 Republicans. We don't know which one it's going to be, but what is your message after August 4th if you're successful and you're running against one of these Republican candidates? What do you bring to the race they don't?
Come home. Just come home. I have a 30% crossover vote as a Democratic sheriff in Genesee County. And the victor on November 3rd is going to be the one who can pull people from all sides. I'm the only Democrat that can pull Republicans that may have voted for the president but didn't sign up for what they're seeing now. The people that Mike Duggan was going after, there was no base, but they're still out there. If I can pull 5-10% of the independents to say, hey, listen, I offer you something, a place to call home. With the entire Democratic base, that's the double-digit win. I'm not so sure there's another Democrat that if they won could do that. I'm also convinced there's not a Republican that's going to pull Democrats. It's going to be, outside of me, 51-49. They're going to try. I can make sure we can win, but not just for the party, but for the state of Michigan. That's the message, is I'm not going to turn into a jerk on August 5th. I'm not looking to just make sure that we have just one more percentage point than the other. That never wins. I said before on your show, I have no plan B. I'm not doing things to be distracted or to do for reelection. I know that by getting past August 4th, I can win the general. And when I take that oath of office, the entire state of Michigan will have a sense of this energy and inspiration and hope. That's what we've been looking for. That's what I've been looking for as a constituent.
What needs to happen in the state of Michigan to keep my kids in the state when they graduate from college, to keep people interested in a state that has traditionally been this bastion of manufacturing, and that we have seen over the course of the last 30 years that I've been here, it slowly been picked away with, with auto manufacturing plants moving to places like Tennessee and elsewhere, not here in Michigan. What do you have to do to make Michigan what Michigan once was?
I love the question because offline we talked about, you've asked the same question sometimes for 30 years, and you've asked it because it's not been done.
Right.
Look at the sheriff's office at Genesee County, the things we've done. So as I say, just use the things that I've done as an example of what you're going to get. The things that we've done have not been done in the state, duplicated like it has across the country. Whether it's, again, the walk, the educating inmates, Ghost, all those initiatives. If we're able to do that with one little community and market it, and you can talk to people in Genesee County, is your life better than it was before Sheriff Swanson or worse? And they're gonna say, way better. I'm not trying to be prideful, but I bring in a sense of excitement and we get things done. And that's the kind of thing that people are gonna look at to attract more people. It's all marketing. If you don't tell your story, other people will. And so as a governor, you set the tone. And you get to market that across the state, across the country. And that's why everything rises and falls on leadership. I'm not just looking to be a political leader. I'm looking to be a leader that's inspirational, that can bring in manufacturing and jobs and keep people that are being educated at Grand Valley here in the state of Michigan by giving people a reason to be excited. Why do you think during different times people flee to different states? Because they love the governor here. They love the governor here. They like what's going on here. We're going to create that vibe. And we're competing with 49 states in a global market. It falls on leadership. And if you don't have somebody that has that vision, then we're going to have the same conversation 4 years from now.
If you haven't already, you can still cast an early vote in person or by dropping off the absentee you may have already received in the mail. Before you do, we'll introduce you to two Democrats who want to be their party's nominee for the open U.S. Senate seat. That's next. Welcome back. The Democratic race for United States Senate has brought the national stage right here to Michigan. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed has attracted the support of progressive members of the House and Senate, including Bernie Sanders and AOC. He talks about what he wants to get out of politics, money, and what he wants the government to provide. I want to go back to the Democratic convention because it was one of the best attended, if not the best attended ever. And to a large degree, that was your crowd. I mean, there was a lot of support there for you. You have run before. You know what this is like. Why does this time, at least from my perspective, why does this go around feel different?
You know, when I ran last time, I said something that folks weren't quite ready to hear, which is that Donald Trump is not himself the disease of our politics. He's just the worst symptom of the disease. The disease is the system that allows big corporations, billionaires, special interests to buy and sell politicians in ways that leave them rigging the system against us. We pay more for the stuff we got to buy, get paid less for the work that we do, watch our tax dollars get misappropriated abroad to drop bombs on other people rather than invest in schools and healthcare for our own. And I think 8 years on, that message is just resonating even more. We've come through a number of crises. Things have gotten more expensive. People feel like their jobs are less secure than they had been. And I think they recognize the truth in that message. And the question to us is, what do we do about it now? And we're offering an opportunity to think differently in our politics. I'm the only candidate in the race who's never taken a dime of corporate money to run a campaign and never will. I'm the only candidate in the race who has the courage to run to guarantee healthcare or to say that we just got to abolish ICE because it's unconstitutional what they're doing right now. And I think people are resonating with that, and they're recognizing that there really is an opportunity to either pick politics as usual or politics is different. And people desperately want politics is different right now.
One of the things that everybody talks about during this campaign is affordability, and everything costs more. And our wages haven't gone up to meet those rising costs. There are lots of factors, including, as you were just talking about dropping bombs. Our activities in Iran have certainly contributed to fuel prices. Fuel prices contribute to almost everything, but the housing crisis has been here long before that started, and it's still very difficult for people to get into that first home. What are the approaches we can use to start making things affordable for normal everyday Americans to actually make ends meet?
Yeah, so a lot of people talk about the what. They say affordability, but they don't tell you why affordability. Why do we have a housing crisis? Well, because back in 2008, the big banks got greedy. They never were held accountable. We stopped building the homes we needed, and now people are saying, where's the housing that I need to raise a family? You think about our gas prices. We're dropping bombs over there. Why? Because weapons manufacturers in AIPAC want us to go to wars that we shouldn't be fighting, and now we're all spending $5 a gallon. I paid $82.89 to fill up my Jeep on Memorial Day, thinking about the people we lost in a war we never should have fought. And so it starts with corporate accountability. Corporations should not be able to buy politicians to do their bidding, to allow them to go to wars, to allow them to get away when they cause a banking and now a housing crisis. But then right now, we also have laws on the books that allow us to stand up to the likes of the trusts, frankly, the monopolies and oligopolies that are raising prices on everything. So just one example. You know, Memorial Day, a lot of people like to cook out, right? You get some steaks. A lot of people were priced out of steaks, so they got some burgers. Some people were priced out of burgers, so they got some hot dogs. Maybe you got all three. There are 4 meat packers that control 70, 80% of the entire industry. And then they use these algorithms to raise prices on you. We have antitrust laws on the books. We just don't enforce them. And maybe if we did, we could do something about the exorbitant price of meat. And it's the same story across the board. The second thing I'll tell you is this. There is no coincidence that we have more billionaires and less unions now. Unions, they built the middle class. They built the 40-hour work week. They built the fact that we have weekends. They built the fact that our kids go to school instead of going to work. And we can have nice things again. We can protect our jobs again, but we're going to need to empower unions against the likes of big corporations.
You've talked a couple of times about not taking any corporate money. Would you be in favor of abolishing corporate money in any form in the political system?
Absolutely, 100% yes. That is one of my biggest goals. When I say money out of politics, that's exactly what I mean. I want people to make their decision, not because a big corporation or a special interest dropped $6 million of ads last week, which actually happened in this race for one of my opponents. I want them to make their decisions based on the ideas of the candidates. Come watch the debates that Rick Albin hosts. Come meet people in their town halls. That's how democracy is supposed to work. It's not supposed to work because a corporation writes you a big PAC check and then you use that money to build 30-second ads that then mis and disinform the public. So yes, absolutely, I would like to abolish that in our politics. I'd like to abolish super PACs and 527s and 501c4s, all ways that corporations launder their money into our political process.
As I mentioned, you ran for governor before, and you've seen what this is like statewide. How does this time around, knowing that this is an open U.S. Senate seat, that it's not just an open U.S. Senate seat, it could be for control of the United States Senate. How do you approach this, knowing how important this race is?
I think people want somebody who has been about the issues they talk about every single day. I've been in public service now for the better part of 10 years. I started my career in public service as Detroit's health director, rebuilding a health department to put glasses on kids, take on big corporate polluters. I led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We provided free health insurance for new small businesses, put Narcan in 100 locations, eliminated upwards of $700 million of medical debt. My job is to take what I've learned serving the public for the past 10 years and build that into a message that is clean and simple about what the problems are and how we solve it. Get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. And then to go everywhere and talk to everyone, whether it's Fox News or rallying with Twitch streamers or talking to you or coming here, which I don't have much business here except for the debate about what we can do. But we want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. On the way up here, we had 2 packed town halls. On the way down, we're going to do another 4. But that's how you campaign. And so I'm not worried as much about the horse race of this. I'm worried that people know who I am, what I fight for, and what I want to do for them. And I believe in my message. And so I'm just going to take it everywhere, talk about it, say the same things to everybody. And, see where it goes. But that's what democracy is supposed to be. And I think the party lost track of that a long time ago. We're so busy trying to have backroom conversations and take money from here to run ads over there. And you forgot that actually, if you have to pick between corporate money and a message, pick a message. And that's what we're doing.
When we come back, one more candidate who wants to be your next U.S. Senator. Welcome back. When the primary is over, either Dr. El Sayed or Congresswoman Haley Stevens will be taking on Republican Mike Rogers in the general election. Stevens talks about reclaiming Michigan's manufacturing role and building things in the state once again. Representative, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the things you've been talking about in your campaign. Recently, you said there were 4 really major issues. There are a lot of issues. But
Sure.
4 major pillars that you're building this campaign on, and one of them is lowering costs.
Yeah.
And there's nobody that's watching this that wouldn't agree that costs need to be lowered. What can you do?
So, federal lawmaker running for the chief lawmaking role for the state of Michigan in the U.S. Senate. I've got day one legislation to lower the cost of groceries. I actually have a bill called No Tariffs on Groceries because blanket tariffs on imported food raise those prices. Here we are at Brooklyn Bodega, this incredible business owner. She's telling me all about, how everyone loves their, beef cheese sandwich here that they've got, but the cost of tomatoes are now up. The other thing is we know in Michigan, we've got this incredible manufacturing sector, a lot of craftsmanship and talent that comes through here. Our supply chain still has way too much dependency on China. And so I've got legislation to strengthen our supply chain here in Michigan, bring jobs back. And with that, you're lowering costs because you're not paying for the shipping coming in from China for those critical goods.
One of the things that you incorporated in that is another one of the things that you were here last year, almost a year ago, and we were down at the motorcycle manufacturing plant.
That's
here.
Right.
And you were even then talking about building it in Michigan, getting it done here. What do you do to maintain, retain, and expand the manufacturing base that has been such a critical part of Michigan's economy?
Yeah. Well, I think the advocacy and the leadership that we deserve, that Michigan deserves in the U.S. Senate is about focusing on the consistency, certainty for businesses. They can't wake up every other day to another trade rule or another tariff. We had 55 tariff announcements in 100 days. And that really caused things to go out of whack, here in the west side of our state, certainly, in the east side. And then you see it up in the UP, with small business revenues being down. A trade war with Canada, that doesn't work. So those are the complaints. But the solutions about how to do 21st century industrial policy, These are things that I have led on that I want to continue to lead on. I have visited nearly 200 rather. I've visited nearly 200 unique small businesses, manufacturers primarily, mom and pop shops, multi-generational. And the one thing that I've seen is that, yes, they need, the good rules of the road, but they need a tax program that works for them. When you're investing in the R&D of your business, being able to have the tax code that meets you where you're at. If you're training workers, again, a tax code that meets you where you're at. And this is also why we want to have 21st century workforce strategies, things that I've been long working on and accomplishing for Michigan on the Education and Labor Committee.
When you think about some of the pressures, you talked about that trade war with Canada, and that's resulted in Canada allowing a lot of Chinese vehicles to be brought in up there, which is something that we heard a lot of concerns about recently up on Mackinac Island. I mean, what do we have to do to get that relationship rebuilt? And I know as a U.S. Senator, it's not your job, but it's got to be a concern.
Yeah, and I think back to even my time working on the U.S. Auto Rescue, and that deal wouldn't have gotten done without our friends from Canada and their commitment to the auto industry and their investments. And so, look, we need better trade relationships. We should be working with Canada to take on China, not pushing them into our hands. Let that Gordie Howe Bridge open, for the love of God. That's another international bridge crossing. And Donald Trump has said he wants to keep it closed. He doesn't want to open it. And then Mike Rogers says he agrees with that. Well, all those small businesses and automotive suppliers, defense, aerospace, they're hurting as a result of that. And then the workers are wondering, what the heck? What are we supposed to do, with those, jobs just being left on the line? You got 1,000 people out of work on Cleveland Cliffs. Here in West Michigan, same thing. We want to be working, to protect our Great Lakes and working cohesively with our trade partners, particularly the one that's right next door to us, that accounts for Michigan jobs, that bolsters our economy. And so it's not just enough to have, a few good conversations. I have worked on legislation for our bridges. I worked on that second bridge for a long time. And I also helped us renegotiate NAFTA to strengthen the Buy American content pieces so we could grow our jobs here in Michigan, but not turn Canada into an enemy.
Let's talk about one of the industries that we're right in the middle of. Just down at the end of the street, there's a big hospital complex. Just up on the hill, there's an entire mile of medical research and care and all different kinds of facilities. And the one thing they all have in common is that people struggle to pay for health care. They struggle to be able to access some of the best health care in the country that can be found right here. I know that's a concern of yours. How do you approach it?
Yeah, I think that we have got to build on the promise, and we have to achieve universal health care for every American, every Michigander. And what that means is affordable, quality, accessible health care. I think Michiganders need more options. I think we are overdue for the public option in our healthcare system. I've long supported that. I believe we need to lower the Medicare age. I'm on legislation to do that. Of course, make the tax subsidies permanent. Make these insurance companies pay their fair share, and pay a little bit more while their profits are getting lined by denials. That's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to be. And then I was really proud to cap insulin, the price of insulin for older Michiganders at $35 a month. Let's do that for everybody. And let's do that with a multitude of drugs. We just can't see people getting shut out and priced out of their health care. And of course, you feel it on Medical Mile, and we're thrilled with the innovations that come through here, the talent that we have here in West Michigan. There's, biotech research happening here, great partnerships with universities. But with those biotech innovations, people need to be able to access them, and that comes with affordability.
So you've talked about lowering costs, you've talked about getting manufacturing jobs and keeping, and you've talked about healthcare costs. The one other thing you said that you were interested is looking at some of the abuses of power that you have seen. And no matter what happens in this election, Donald Trump will be president for 2 more years. And it's going to be interesting to see what the majorities look like in the Senate and in the House and how they deal with them. But in any event, it seems that he'll still be in the White House. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, and then what happens 2 years after that, and for the next term, and who holds that? Look, I'm proud to have been recognized as somebody who passes legislation, no matter, who's president. But I'm also not willing to compromise at the expense of values. And one of the values is seeing this self-enrichment. I think Michiganders, I know they are because they tell me, they are sick and tired of seeing people go into these offices, run for these offices for purposes of getting rich or famous.
Thanks for watching, and stay with us for the most comprehensive coverage of elections up and down the ballot on your local election headquarters. I'm Rick Albin.
From Wood TV, your local election headquarters, this is Election Night in Michigan.
And hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight on this special election night and our coverage here on Wood TV Plus. We're settling in. I'm Brian Sterling.
I'm Rick Albin. News 8's following a bunch of important races, and this evening, for the next hour, we're going to be tracking the latest results. We're already starting to see them come in over on the big map, and will be several locations across the state.
Here's a rundown of some of the important races, of course, that we're following for you tonight. Governor Gretchen Whitmer cannot run for re-election this year, so on the Democratic side, we have Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson running against Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson. For the Republicans, it's down to President Trump-backed Congressman John James and businessman Perry Johnson. Only one candidate will move on from each party.
In the United States Senate, candidates are hoping to replace Senator Gary Peters, former Congressman Mike Rogers, running unopposed as a Republican. He ran 2 years ago. For the Democrats, a pivotal race between Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. Stevens has been backed by Gary Peters, Governor Whitmer, former Senator Debbie Stabenow, and El-Sayed has been backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and the United Auto Workers Union.
Now, from the Lakeshore all the way to the Motor City, we've got crews spread out all over the state, and they'll bring us live reaction to tonight's results and in-depth analysis.
Our coverage tonight begins with the race between Dr. Abdul El-Sayed and Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
All right, this is a race that could influence the future of the Democratic Party, not just in Michigan, but across the country as well. It's been a much talked about race.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the weekend leading up to this contest, getting a ton of national attention.
Yeah, you couldn't turn on a cable news network this weekend without seeing it. And I suspect it may be like that in the morning, depending on how this race goes. Let's get out to a watch party being held at the El-Sayed team. That's where we get to News 8's Duncan McLean.
Took over, they sat down in the auto plants in Flint and took on the
Rick, Brian, we are indeed live from the Majestic Theater on Woodward Avenue in downtown Detroit, where the Abdul El-Sayed camp and their supporters are already feeling pretty good. Those early trickle results coming in favoring this side of this hotly contested and nationally recognized primary for this Senate seat here in Michigan. The national turnout from media alone is extensive here. Stations from all over the country, networks from all over the country, dialing in on this race as a bellwether for the future of the Democratic Party. We've had a tremendous turnout already in Michigan. 16.5% of registered voters voted early, either via absentee or early in-person voting. Those results are starting to come in now from today's in-person official primary day. Over the course of the last couple of hours, as those results have trickled in from around the country, we've heard loud cheers from the supporters here as other progressive candidates have started to trickle in a little bit of a lead. And we've spoken to a number of voters, volunteers, and supporters over the last couple of hours who said they're just ready for a change when it comes to Democratic leadership and ideology, and that's why they're backing El-Sayed. They also said from a number of communities, including Monroe, we spoke to a couple people from there, who said that his multiple stops there over the course of the campaign are really what swayed them in that direction. Because Haley Stevens, they said, did not bother to come to their communities. And we've heard that over and over. The honesty and earnestness of them was attracting people to this campaign. It bears out in the polling, this kind of desire for change. In the most recent Emerson Wood poll, El-Sayed had a pretty sizable overall lead when it came to those polls, but he really cleaned up with voters who were under the age of 50 and voters who identify as independent but lean Democratic. He also, actually, it was a dead split when you took into account the undecided voters in that poll. When asked what way they leaned, that 6% of still undecided voters in this primary split 3% and 3% for Stevens and El-Sayed. Those early polls starting to come in at 8:45 on the last check. He was holding 62% of the vote, so people are starting to get pretty excited here as the speaking portion of this event begins. Plenty more coverage as our night continues, as those results to come in. For now, live from Detroit, Duncan McLean, News 8.
Duncan McLean in a very loud Majestic Theater room there in downtown Detroit as those folks are waiting for those results to come in while we are already getting some results coming in. We want to let you know that the Associated Press has just called the race for Jocelyn Benson to win the Democratic bid for governor. She beat out Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson. Benson will be up against the winner of the Republican race, in November, which will be either businessman Perry Johnson or Congressman John James.
We should talk a little bit about this. I was able to talk to Sheriff Swanson a number of times during this race. He had great tenacity, he had an amazing amount of energy, and he was all over this state. But Jocelyn Benton is twice elected, 8 years in office, name on a building in every town practically, as Secretary of State, and she had a really good, well-oiled machine. So this was really never in his grasp. But you have to give him some credit because he stayed right through it. He was out as late as last weekend, still campaigning, even though it was kind of a Herculean effort, you know.
He stayed in the race. He was hoping for a debate himself. Didn't get one. He kind of played the Rose Garden strategy and wasn't getting engaged on that level, but probably no surprise there.
Yeah, not a big surprise there. And that's one more race that we already know. That will take us in November, and that has its very own ramifications. But let's stay with the Senate race for a minute. I've talked with Dr. Abdul El-Sayed a number of times. I talked to him not long ago, in fact, just this past weekend, about what he would do if he got the party's nomination and his time spent on the campaign trail. What have you learned as an individual, either about this process or about yourself over these past months? Because I've been here on the trail with you. I've watched you. You've been there doing this day in, day out. And I know a little bit about what it feels like to get fatigued doing that every day. What have you learned about yourself?
When you believe in the thing that you're doing, you find wells of energy you didn't know existed. And for me, I'm so blessed to get to do this. American democracy is a beautiful thing. My family comes from a place where there is no democracy. I don't take it lightly that, but for the accident of history that I got to be born in America, there's no world in which I get to participate in this. We get to do this thing where we decide who our leaders are, and they have to make an argument to you about who they are, about what they want to do for you. And every day I get to spend time with people whose experiences aren't what they should be. Living in an America where things are too expensive, where they're worried about what's going to happen if they get sick, about where their next paycheck might come from, if there's going to be a data center put in their backyard that's going to automate out their job. And they deserve a whole lot better than they're getting. And I get to sit with them. I get to understand what's wrong. And we get to talk together about how we fix it. And there's a lot that is energizing about that, because you recognize that you're fighting for something that's a lot bigger than you or one seat. It's about what our democracy can do to make people's lives easier, and that is worth it. So I'm really grateful, really. I just profound amount of gratitude to be able to do this, for all the support that people have given us, everybody who's knocked the door or sent $5 or gave us their stake in democracy in a vote. I'm profoundly grateful, and I'm really energized by that. And for 15 months, obviously it's a long, grueling road, but when you get to be a part of something that's 250 years old that we want to keep for the next 250, I think the hallowed nature of that and the stories that people share keep you going.
Quick final question. If you are successful on Tuesday night, what's the first thing you do Wednesday morning?
Take my kids to Disney World. No, I'm just kidding. He's going to be having a lot of conversations with our supporters about the next 13 weeks. Mike Rogers is a candidate who is the worst of both MAGA and the cynicism of the neocon era of our politics. And yet he's backed by $45 million and counting of money from all of the worst actors in our politics. It takes a lot to be able to beat that. So we're going to need to bring everybody together around our movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. And it's going to take everybody, both the folks who supported me in this race and folks who supported my opponent, to come together to build, to take him on. And more importantly, to build the kind of America we need and deserve, one where we have a democracy and a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Such an interesting tidbit there at the end. El-Sayed was accused himself of not fully supporting Kamala Harris when she was running for president. He's already anticipating, hopefully you'll pull behind me if I do win this race.
Yeah, and that is a really open question. Now, I know what Democrats will tell us tonight, but let's see what happens at the state convention later this month. Let's see what happens to that coalition if he wins, and he certainly has not been declared a winner. That's not where we are. But either way, if he wins, can he get the Stevens coalition behind him? If she wins, can she get the progressive coalition behind her? I think that's an open question for both.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of which, let's get back down to Detroit, where Congresswoman Haley Stevens is holding her watch party. And that's where we find Josh Sanchez.
Josh, we just were over at the Abdul party, and there was a lot of energy. How's the energy there at Stevens?
Well, right now I'm in the press room. You can see that we already have a stage and podium set up, but just a few feet away from me on my right through a partitioned wall, we do have that party atmosphere where we have a room full of supporters with food, drink, and music. Just as you mentioned, Rick, that the AP called the race for Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. We could hear those shouts on the other room, and so we have that atmosphere going on just in the next room over here. So as you mentioned, that Congresswoman Stevens here has that support from established Democrats. As you mentioned, she has support from Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Gary Peters, as well as local Democrats from City of Lansing Mayor Andy Shore and Grand Rapids Mayor David LaGrange. It gives you a little bit of an idea of just the split right now that we're seeing within the larger question of the Democratic Party here. Now, when it comes to that Emerson College poll that Duncan mentioned earlier, according to that data, there was more support for Stevens in the older voting demographic, those voters that were 60 and over. So it gives you a little bit of an idea as to a generational split as well when it comes to the ballots that we're seeing casted today. Now, while we do have polls to look at to give us a little bit of an idea of what we could expect for tonight, the real thing that matters is what the final tally is, and we'll just have to see where it goes at the end of the night.
Josh Sanchez down with the Stevens campaign. This has been a campaign, Rick, about establishment versus progressive.
Yeah, and it's really, it has been defined from almost the opening salvo in it right down to last night when I was with Congresswoman Stevens at the very last event here in town. And she was still back here this morning in the West Michigan. In a little while, we're going to look at some of these numbers. We have a map that's going to show us, it kind of instructs us as to where votes are coming from. And I can tell you, since we've started seeing those numbers come in, we've started to see this race start to come together a little bit. Now, we don't have very many votes in, and I'll explain that to you in a minute, but it'll be interesting to see how and where both of these candidates get support, because this map is going to show you with colors and variations of color. We started off with some pretty bright colors. They have now started to meld together. We'll see if that continues. Let's also get to some sound with Congressman Haley Stevens. I spoke to her about her plans, what would happen after the primary if she won the party's nomination. Whoever wins that Democratic nomination is going to have a whole bunch of Democrats that they have to convince to go into their team, whether it's you or El Sayed. So how do you do that after the primary?
Well, look, this is something I've done time and time again. You know, this is not my first rodeo. This is not my first big primary. It's actually my third one in Michigan in 8 years. And it's because I'm engaged in, you know, the process of our democracy. And what I want to be is a leader for us, a servant leader. And I completely understand that there is frustrations, that there is a lot of involvement and hopes and dreams, you know, tied up into these races. And I have so much respect, actually, for everyone running. You know, even on the other side of the aisle with Mike Rogers, of course I want to beat him, but we're all Michiganders. We're all, well, you know, Mike, you know, he's working on being a Michigander, coming from Florida, working on being back here in Michigan. But look, no, we're all Americans too. You know, and anyone who puts up their hand to run for office, this is the number one thing I tell people when they're running. There is a public service in running, that your campaign means something. And it is so very clear that Abdul's campaign has meant a lot and continues to mean a lot to a lot of people. He and I have respect for each other. You know, of course, in these, you know, closing weeks and days, you know, you're putting everything out in the field, you're working to get every vote, but we share the same goal, which is making sure that the Democrat, the person who's going to support universal health care, the person who's going to stand up to abuses of power, who's going to really do real policy to lower costs. You know, this is real. This is what's facing us. And so I'm on the team no matter what. You know, I am very familiar with just that 90-day sprint from the Michigan primary to the general election, and it's going to be all hands on deck. That's what I'm up to.
Haley Stevens earlier in the week both those candidates are from Southeast Michigan, but they didn't sleep on West Michigan. They were over here quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. You know, somebody asked me, do you think candidates are visiting West Michigan more or less? Decidedly more. And part of that reasoning is when we go to the map, and I'll talk about, you know, Abdul al-Assad has a history here in West Michigan, and the progressives have a history in Michigan. And some of that is what I've been watching during this race, because if you go back to 8 years ago when he ran for governor, he had some surprising numbers. We'll examine those in a minute, but that's part of why they stuck around West Michigan. There are plenty of votes to be had.
Big time. The winner of tonight's primary goes against former Michigan Congressman Mike Rogers in the general election.
Over the weekend, I spoke with Congressman Rogers about his approach for November. Notwithstanding who is your opponent, what is your approach to the general election? Because there hasn't been a Republican elected to the U.S. Senate from Michigan since 1994, if I remember correctly.
You do remember correctly. You know, the good news is we're not changing what we've been doing. We've knocked over 1.1 million doors total in Michigan in July, by July. We started in December. And that's never been done before in Michigan, and we're just getting started. We are out talking to people about real concrete plans. You know, since those Democrats have been elected over a quarter century ago, we've lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Our education went from top tier. We're now 45th in the country. U.S. News and World Report just came out and said Michigan's job opportunity and crime and other, we're now 46th in the country. We pay the highest utility rates in the Midwest. We have the highest auto insurance in the country. And all of that is while Democrats have been in charge, better part of a decade in Lansing, over a quarter century here. And so we have solutions for all that. We have solutions to get our kids reading, to get defense industrial work back, so we can start manufacturing here again. We're going to put SHOP back in every high school in America, get kids connected to real opportunities for the next generation economy and high-end manufacturing and high wages. We're going to continue to put pressure on prices. So people are excited about our message, which is why we're defying the national trend here and doing so well in polling when a lot of the other places in the country aren't doing that. Why? A lifelong Michigan guy talking about Michigan issues and making Michigan move forward. That's what we're going to do no matter who comes out of this primary.
That was Mike Rogers. All right, in case you missed it, as we came on the air here, we did have an update in the race for governor for the Democrats. Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson has beat her challenger, Chris Swanson.
For the Republicans, it's Congressman John James against businessman Perry Johnson.
We got some of those votes tallied up right now. This is John James's race at this point. He's up by about 20,000 votes, 6% though of the vote in. So a lot of counting yet to go in that race. Both of those candidates are having watch parties on the east side of the state. We'll get out first to the John James camp.
That's Refined News 8's Nicole Tam. And Nicole, tell us what the mood is there.
Rick and Brian from Sterling Heights. We're at the Associated Building and Contractors of Southeastern Michigan. This is the venue that the John James campaign chose for their watch party tonight. Like you mentioned, Brian, the votes are still counting. Right now, folks are just enjoying a good time chatting with one another. I want to show you around because this is a race that a lot of people are watching across the state and across the country. As you see in the room right here where we're standing, you can just see the frenzy of journalists from across the state. I even talked with a crew from South Bend, Indiana and beyond. So you can see all of us set up right here waiting for results just like everybody else in the room. As we pan around the room, you can see the supporters who are just kind of standing, sitting, mingling, waiting for John James to show up and speak to the crowd that's here to support him tonight. You can just see a lot of folks in this room right now. We did show up around 7 o'clock and the crowd has just trickled in throughout the evening as well. I did speak with the Michigan GOP District 2 State Committee member November earlier, and he tells me that this is a race that's really important to the party because they believe that Michigan is a red state and not a purple state. That means a swing state, so they're really watching this race closely to see if John James, now we know he's going to be facing off against Jocelyn Benson in November. If he wins this primary tonight, of course, this crowd of people behind me are excited for that. And yeah, we've been trying to speak with supporters throughout the evening as well before John James joins us on stage here later tonight. But again, we're seeing a lot of different ages of supporters as well throughout the evening in this crowd as well. And like we said, it is a race that people are watching across the country as well. On national TV, they keep talking about Michigan. This is the state in the race that people are watching for this year. Meanwhile, we do know that John James is the Donald Trump supported candidate in this governor's race, and I think it is something that this campaign is taking to their advantage. A lot of their merchandise and advertisement and signs, and even people are sporting some of the things that says Trump endorsed. So we'll also have to see how that presidential endorsement plays out for him throughout the evening, and that momentum, will it continue to November if he makes it to November, and how that'll play out throughout the election process as well. We're live here in Sterling Heights. We'll continue to be throughout the night until those results are done, and hopefully share those messages from John James and fellow supporters here as well. But for now, we're going to send things back to you in studio, Brian and Rick.
All right, Nicole, thank you very much. Let's get out now to Troy. That's where Perry Johnson holding his watch party this evening.
And News 8's Olivia Bosser is there. Olivia?
We're live at the San Marino Club in Troy, where Perry Johnson has packed the room with his watch party. There's a lot of excitement going on. You can see behind me that there is a huge crowd joining me. They're eating, they're drinking, they're waiting on the results to come in. If you're following the live election results on woodtv.com, you know that we are a ways away from knowing who has won the race to represent the Republican Party for governor in November. We do know whoever wins will face off against Jocelyn Benson. We just learned that moments ago. Perry Johnson has focused a lot of his campaign on being a businessman. So you can see around the room that there's a lot of signage about what he wants to do as a businessman should he become governor. It's a state race, but it has drawn a lot of eyes around the nation. We have supporters here from all corners of Michigan. You know, the results are trickling in slowly, but as they've started to come in, the excitement in this room has just grown and grown immensely. We have not yet heard from Johnson, but he is expected to take the stage later this evening. We're going to have those remarks whenever we get them in. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in studio. Live in Troy, Olivia Bosser, News 8.
All right, Perry Johnson staying in that race with his own money in the governor's race, one of the biggest ones that we're watching statewide tonight. And Rick is over at the heat map now to break down some of the numbers already coming in, Rick.
Yeah, and this is a little different setup than we've had in the past. I want to take just a moment to explain it. What you're going to see, and let me expand this a little bit so you get a better idea of what you're looking at. Where you see these different dots on this map, that shows the percentage or number of votes that are coming in, and each one of the colors will be for a different candidate. This is the Republican governor's map. John James is in red, Perry Johnson is in green. You can see it's predominantly red. These are the places that are reporting. So many, many more places that are not reporting just yet. Only about 6%. We'll close it back down. It was 6% just a moment ago. And we are now, well, actually, we're about 12% of the votes. We've jumped up quite a bit. And you can see the percentage at 51, 35, almost 36 points. Now, it's very early on, even though we have jumped up that 12%. And there are some things that we already know as we take a look at this Republican race. And that is, there are two names that are on the ballot who have already dropped out. And you can see they're garnering some votes too. And that could have some impact, not at this moment, because we don't know what this looks like. We have these maps for the U.S. Senate race. We also have them for the Democratic governor's race, but that's already been called. So what we'll be doing over the next hour is going through these because as more votes come in, all of these dots start to make more sense, tells us where the votes are coming from, tells us how many votes are left, and we can look back historically and see where some people have done well. And when we get to that Senate race, we'll particularly talk about Abdul El Sayed, because we do have a track record with him running statewide. But this is where we'll spend a lot of time tonight, and we've got a lot more to go because there are a lot of ballots not yet counted, and it could be a long night, Brian.
All right. Yeah, Rick, thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take you to the polls as the results continue to trickle in. We'll take a look at Michigan's 82nd House race. We'll be right back. Clerks all over the state are busy tonight helping calculate tonight's races.
Yeah, it's clerks and thousands of volunteers out there for this election. News 8's Jamie Livingston has been watching the process all day into the afternoon and tonight. Have we seen any problems, or has it been smooth as expected?
No real hiccups. I am glad to report that tonight. Really no issues across the counties that I reached out to. I've spoken with Kent, Ottawa, and Kalamazoo, and everything's really gone smoothly. I did want to point out that there were a few complaints about people campaigning a little too close to some precincts and some other people trying to get in where they shouldn't. They were just told to back up and things were fine in those precincts. As the votes come in, like you just heard, there is a lot that needs to be done, and the clerks will be working into the night, and they will be back tomorrow as they start the auditing process. They can't really give us a clear time as to when all the votes will be tallied tonight, and that makes sense. They say getting it done accurately is really the most important thing, but a common theme for them today: early voting numbers came in with a really strong showing. The clerks emphasized the importance of primary elections with local issues, not just the key statewide races.
There are also a lot of important measures down the ballot and on the nonpartisan side of the ballot as well, like proposals. So we have, millages and things that affect your community, the taxes in your community, the services that you receive in your community. And so I think it's really important for voters to acknowledge that and make sure their voices are being heard in every election, whether it's a high or a low turnout election.
While the Ottawa County Clerk says that
we're looking for tonight's election results. He says they're going to be switching gears to November later this week. They're going to start reprogramming the voting machines to get ready for the general election. Live in downtown Grand Rapids, Jamie Livingston, News 8.
Yeah, it's a sprint, 13 weeks, something like that before we get down there. I was going to say too, Jamie, I got a couple of emails today about campaigning too close to the polling places, and I think people sometimes get a little confused. It's from the door that enters into the building, not from the actual polling booth. So you have to be 100 feet away from that door where voters are going into, and most part, I think people go out and say, will you move back? And they do, but it happens.
Right, exactly. It's one of those things that pops up every election. Jamie, thank you for that live report. News 8 also following the 82nd Michigan House race. This one had a little local drama. The position represents Grand Rapids and parts of Wyoming.
Kent County Commissioner Robert Womack is challenging State Representative Kristen Grant. That race has been called for Grant.
And News 8's Katani Gooch has been following this race for a couple of weeks now, and she joins us now live from the Womack party. Katani?
Yes, Brian, we're actually live at the Pyramid Scheme, which is a bar in downtown Grand Rapids. And this actually isn't Womack's official watch party. This is a party hosted by the Kent County Democratic Party. They're holding a watch party here for all Democratic candidates here in the area. But we did see Womack here earlier. We did get to speak with him one-on-one, talk to the commissioner a little bit about how he's feeling, how this campaign process has been. Because as you mentioned, this is a race that he's ran for 4 years ago back in 2022. I mean, at the time when we spoke to him, obviously the race hadn't been called yet. But we did speak a little bit about what would happen after tonight, win, lose, or draw, how he would be feeling. Take a listen to what he had to say.
No matter what happens, if I win, I go to the State House. If I lose, I'm still the commissioner. I still got work to do tomorrow. So I'm just here to support others and enjoy the night.
So we know the commissioner, he works within the Kent County, and he's also very adamant, or he's an advocate in the community. So kind of what we talked about off camera was just that his work will continue regardless of tonight. And as you just said earlier, Rick and Brian, the Associated Press did call that race. Grant has won, so we'll try to touch back in with the commissioner to see how he's feeling now that the race has officially been caught. But again, this is the Kent County Democratic Party watch party that we're at, where all candidates are here. There's lots of people in the community. Womack has left the building, and he's at another friend's house kind of watching the results roll in. But we'll continue to bring you coverage live throughout West Michigan as we're covering several races. Sending it back to you in the studio, live in Grand Rapids, Katani Gooch, News 8.
Katani, thank you. State Representative Grant's holding a watch party in West Michigan this evening.
Yeah, News 8's Kyle Mitchell has been in charge of this race, and he's been following the Grant campaign. Of course, she has won election before, right, wins again tonight. Kyle joins us now live. Kyle.
Brian, we are here with State Representative Kristen Grant. The news kind of just coming through of the results, so the preliminary results tonight. What do you make of that? And just looking at some of those numbers coming in.
Yeah, did not expect the results to be in so soon. Very grateful. We have worked hard, myself and my team. So still taking it all in, but really excited to be able to continue serving this district. It is home. It's the place that I love, and just really grateful that people would have the confidence in me to continue doing this work.
You know, looking at kind of some of the things you ran on, what do you think were those issues that really connected with voters? When you were out there campaigning and knocking on doors and doing all of that?
Yeah, my top priority was to make sure that investments were being made in this district that would improve the quality of life for everyday people who live here, right? It's no secret that there are disparities between the southeast side of Grand Rapids and parts of Wyoming that we don't see in other parts of the city. And so I worked with colleagues like Senator Brinks and other individuals to make sure that we invested in things that would be open and free and accessible to the people here. We still have more work to do in education and in opportunities for small businesses, but we've laid a great foundation. I'm really excited about that.
What do you make of the turnout and, you know, the showing of support? I know there's still some precincts coming in, but what do you make of that?
It's a great turnout, and you know, we say that this is a low voter turnout district, and so the work wasn't just asking people to turn out for my race, but we want to continue raising the voice of the 82nd district and making sure that people know, you know, they have an opportunity to advocate through their vote. And so seeing these numbers really come in, it's amazing, and it shows that the work is happening and that people are being engaged.
And I got to ask, I know in 2022 you also faced off against Commissioner Robert Womack. Was very close, you know. So I know you were waiting to see those results coming in, because last time it was at half percentage point, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It was extremely close, and so for the past 4 years, I have been working to prove myself, and you know, seeing things like being shown as the number 5 most effective legislator, not just in Grand Rapids, but across the state, bringing home legislation and bringing home investments. That was a part of me proving to myself and this district that I'm cut out to do the work. And so these numbers show that voters saw that.
Okay, now we're going to the general election in November. So when does that process start? Is that start right away? Because we're just a few months out.
Absolutely, starts right away. I think we're going to get a little bit of sleep on my team because we've been going hard for 8 months. But we will be right back, not just focusing on this race, but making sure that we bring a team of people from the top of the ticket all the way down who are going to invest in the 82nd district.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We'll send it back to the studio.
You know, Brian, we were just talking, it was not last election cycle, but 4 years ago when they had that nail biter, and I don't remember the exact number. It was really small. There was a recount. There was more than a little consternation on the part of the people who were involved in that race. That's why tonight's race was of some interest, but those numbers aren't nearly as close tonight.
I do want to add this tidbit too. Jocelyn Benson has delivered her victory speech tonight. Top headline in her press release: the bottom line for me is this: Michigan deserves a governor who answers to the people, not the corporations, not the DeVos family, and not Donald Trump.
That's at least
we're in it now.
The second race that has invoked the DeVos name, and both of them have been Democrats, by the way.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll check in on that race for U.S. Senate and the governor's race. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. The race for Michigan's Senate is being watched by people all over the country tonight. Congresswoman Haley Stevens has the backing of several state leaders, while Dr. El-Sayed is supported by AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders.
I talked with Senator Sanders last week about this race. He was pretty involved in it, and he was pretty enthusiastic when we chatted. How big is this movement from your standpoint? Because we've gone from a place where there were very few people that I would have considered progressive, perhaps, if that's the word to use, that were elected officials. But we have seen more and more of them start to develop from New York to Colorado and beyond. How big is this movement, and how much is it going to impact the body politic?
That's a great question, and I think it's a movement that is growing every day, and I will tell you why, Rick. I mean, you're an average person out there, and you're looking at the economy. You're seeing more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of this country. It makes the Gilded Age look like an egalitarian paradise. You know, you one guy, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom half of American households. Nobody thinks that makes sense. You got a corrupt campaign finance system dominated by billionaire super PACs. People can't afford housing. We're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. We have still in Washington, if you can believe it, a $7.25 an hour minimum wage, totally insane. We've got 800,000 people who are homeless in America. And people are looking around and saying, what kind of life is my kid gonna have? What is AI gonna do? Is my kid gonna have a decent job? So people, I don't care what your politics are, they are anxious, they know the status quo is not working, and they're looking for real solutions. Why are we the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people? I live 50 miles away, certainly in Michigan, you're near the Canadian border. How can they spend half as much per capita, guarantee health care to all people? We are too dumb to do that? Really? Why do we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country? Those are the questions that people are asking. Status quo is not working. They want solutions. They're moving in a progressive direction because we are prepared to state the obvious. You got to take on the greed of the billionaire class, create an economy and government that works for all. That's what Abdul believes. That's what I believe.
Well, that's part of the conversation that's being had in this race, and let's take a look at the state of the race. Now, keep in mind that some of these races have different percentages reporting. For example, this one's only at 8% right now, and you can see that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is at 52-45, but there are still 92% of the votes that need to be counted. So keeping an eye on this trend has been more or less steady since we started to see the first numbers coming in, but now we're seeing some other places in the state that are reporting. Stevens is starting to get a little more support. We don't know what's going to happen with the race, but we do know this, that it will be watched around the country, and whichever way this race goes, it will be a headline tomorrow, and it will be a discussion in every office and in every meeting of any person who's planning on running for president in 2028.
Yeah, the national media certainly treating this one like it's the Rosetta Stone for the Democratic Party this year. But every time I hear that, Rick, I just wonder, as you know, is that overstated in itself? Are they putting a little too much emphasis even on that?
I think what the fascination is, and maybe I'm speaking for myself, but I think what the fascination is, it's one thing to start turning over some of these seats in New York and in the boroughs and getting people who are far to the left of where we have seen people in the past running for those seats. Those are deep blue states where you have that opportunity. I think the idea is, can you do that in purple Michigan? I mean, this is as purple as your tie in this state. And we bounce back and forth. We were talking about it earlier, how we've had all of these changes, any given election. Mike Rogers came within less than 20,000 votes with Alyssa Slotkin 2 years ago. And now you've got this paradigm, and we'll just see. We'll see how this race turns out. If El-Sayed prevails, it really will be a marker for progressives to say, yes, we can. Mm-hmm. If he's not successful, and if establishment Democrats are able to say, we're going to keep on the line that we've always been on, that will also send a big message. So either way this turns out, it will be a message campaign, and we've got a few hours to figure it out.
He's going to need to tap, if he wins, to tap into some money. Rogers will have a war chest ready to go against him, will he not?
I think that's the one thing he doesn't have to worry about. I think with you've got Bernie Sanders and AOC, and keeping in mind that El Sayed won Grand Rapids when he ran for governor 8 years ago against Gretchen Whitmer. Gretchen Whitmer was much better organized, had more money, and much better known.
In the primary, yep.
Yeah, in the primary. And just 2 years before that, Bernie Sanders won the presidential primary in Michigan. So there is some history there. I think money will not be his problem. I think his problem, as we talked about earlier, is going to be to convince the people that were supported of Gretchen Whitmer and Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters and Hillary Scholten, all of those people that were behind Stevens. If she doesn't prevail, where do they go? What do they do? And I think that's the question.
Michigan's voters' voting strategies, that's the Rosetta Stone, too.
Yeah, that's right.
I do believe we want to go to the El Sayed campaign, and that's where we find Duncan McLean, yes, standing by out of the Majestic Theater in downtown Detroit. I'm certainly they're watching some of these results come in as well. Duncan, what's the mood in there?
Rick, Brian, the mood is getting even more jubilant. It's a little quieter, I hope, than last time we checked in because there's not a speaker behind us. But people are starting to get excited. We're watching AP results here, which has El Sayed with 51.8% of the vote and about 22% of the total vote counted, according to the AP. When you look at counties that have already reported more than 50% of their votes, those are split 3-3 if you're playing skin style, but the leads in the El Sayed-led counties are much higher than the leads in the Stevens-led counties. He includes Washtenaw County, where he's up 31 points with more than half of the vote represented there. Stevens does not have a lead like that in pretty much any county that we're seeing, and the people here are starting to realize that. You mentioned the national attention. It really is intense here. We're on a riser full of outlets. We have our typical competitors here in West Michigan, along with Michigan news outlets, but all of the networks have one or two representatives here. We're also seeing crowds of online influencers and people in the digital political game that have come out here, including Hassan Piker, who has sparked debate over the course of this campaign. He's here in support of El Sayed as they start to pick up the energy. We've heard our first couple of speakers here. They brought out the president of the Michigan Nurses Association, a Detroit City Councilman. We see a number of UAW for El Sayed t-shirts and hats in this crowd, and they're all parroting the same message, which is money out of politics, health care for all, and money in your pocket. There's also a general anti-corporation control sentiment here, which is really popular. And I think what stands out about that from talking to people in the crowd here is they just don't feel like there's another option of candidate that represents those values, particularly the stance against corporate funding in politics and corporate control over legislature, corporate buyouts of politicians. People really don't like that. You also mentioned the other Democratic candidates that may or may not have to get behind this campaign if he wins the primary tonight. That's another thing. People are making sure that we in the news media know that they are expecting that support because they do identify as Democrats. Now, El Sayed is not a Democratic socialist. He just says he's not, but he is on the more progressive edge of this internal battle in the Democratic Party. And the folks here who support those kinds of policies, and even the Democratic socialists further to the left, say that the Democrats better show up and support them. Otherwise, what are we all doing this for? You know, is this a team? Is this a party that's lined up against Trump and against Republican control in the House and the Senate and the White House? Or is this going to be a major fracture where ideologies are going to split? They're hoping that if it comes through on this side of the primary tonight, that they'll get the support of those more moderate Democrats, because they're going to need it to win, again, in purple states like Michigan, like you said. We're expecting a couple more speakers over the next couple of hours as those results continue to come in. No word on when Abdul will address the crowd, if he will before those results go final or not. But we did see him out here milling around with his supporters about 90 minutes ago, making sure people know that he's here and they're heard. And that's what people really, really identify with this campaign. Our coverage is going to continue on News 8 at 11 and 10, and throughout the night until these results go final. We'll be right here. Back to you, Brian and Rick.
All right, Duncan McLean at the Majestic Theater with the Say Ed campaign.
You know, I feel like I've seen this movie before. In 2010, Republicans had something called the Tea Party. And they were a bunch of folks that had a different ideology than the mainstream Republicans. And it took them years to hammer it out, and some might suggest they still haven't. So we'll see how this plays out.
It was interesting, too, earlier in his live shot, Duncan was basically saying that the leads that El Sayed is holding are much more overwhelming than the lead that Haley Stevens is holding. And you might be seeing that's the electoral trend that you'll see as the votes start coming in.
And as we get over to the map and can get a closer look at that, a minute ago when I was over that, you can see because of the intensity of the color, she's got some really big areas of support, but they haven't colored in because they aren't as intense. And so right now, that's the difference, is where he's getting support, it's a lot more intense.
Yeah. Speaking of which, let's get down to Detroit, where Congresswoman Stevens is holding her watch party tonight.
That's where News 8's Josh Sanchez is. Josh, tell us the latest, please.
Yeah, you know, in the last probably 15 minutes, I was able to go into the party section, if you will, of the ballroom here, just off to my right behind a partition wall. There was a pretty good crowd of supporters of Stevens there. You know, again, a line of food, drinks, as well as music playing, and folks just sharing a moment together as they watched on the screen the current count of tally that we currently have coming in. Now, I talked with the gentleman, an older gentleman, about how he was feeling tonight. He says that he was feeling pretty confident about how the night was going right now. And, you know, one of the questions was, you know, depending on how this primary goes, whether it goes to Stevens' way or some other way, you know, how will Democrats and progressives bridge that gap that we've seen develop over the course of this primary campaign? And, you know, he acknowledged that the issues with Gaza and Palestine were really some divisive issues that really caused this rift. But he believes that if there is an ability to just reach over and find a common ground behind that Democratic candidate, whoever comes out tonight, he hopes that that is the way that the Democrats are able to move forward to the November election.
All right. Josh Sanchez with the Haley Stevens campaign in Detroit. We will have to take a pause, leave it here for the plus. We're ramping up for our coverage on linear over on WXSP. And, of course, our coverage on Wood TV 8 later tonight.
And that will be continuing coverage, as a matter of fact. So we're going to be around for a while. We expect some of these results to be late, but I am a little optimistic as we move up to almost 10 o'clock. But not very.
It's early. All right. Rick, thank you. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see you over on WXSP starting at 10.
Wood TV, your local election headquarters. This is Election Night in Michigan.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight on both WXSP and special programming on Wood TV 8. I'm Brian Sterling.
I'm Amber Kriska. It's election night in West Michigan. Right now, Newsdate is tracking results from across the state.
It is a pivotal night for the state and potentially the rest of the nation. Here are some of the key races that we're watching this evening. Governor Gretchen Whitmer cannot run for re-election this year. So on the Democratic side, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson will be on the ballot in November. She won her race tonight. For the Republicans, it is now down to Trump-backed Congressman John James and businessman Perry Johnson. Only one candidate moves on from each party.
In the United States Senate, candidates are hoping to replace Senator Gary Peters. Former Congressman Mike Rogers is running unopposed as a Republican. For the Democrats, a pivotal race between Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. Stevens has been backed by Gary Peters, Governor Whitmer, and former Senator Debbie Stabenow. El-Sayed has been backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and the United Auto Workers Union.
And there are several congressional races. Former meteorologist Terry DeBoer is running against Ryan Cushman for the Republican nomination in the 3rd District. The winner goes on to face incumbent Hillary Scholten in November. We're also watching races in the 2nd and the 4th congressional districts.
From the Lakeshore all the way to Detroit, we have crews spread all throughout the state. They will bring us live reaction on tonight's results, and we'll have in-depth analysis with political reporter Rick Albin.
We'll begin our live coverage tonight in the race for Michigan governor.
For the Democrats, that race is already called. Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson picks up the win against Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson. She goes on to face whoever wins on the Republican side in November. And for the Republicans, John James is taking on Perry Johnson. Mike Cox and Eric Nesbitt dropped out of the race, but their names are still on the ballot. And we can see there James leading the way right now.
The John James team and the Johnson campaign are holding their parties both on the east side of the state tonight. We'll first head out to Sterling Heights in the heart of always politically important Macomb County.
Yeah, that's where we find Newsday's Nicole Tam. Looks like a lot of people behind you, Nicole.
Amber and Brian, good evening from Sterling Heights. We're here at the Associated Builders and Contractors of Southeastern Michigan. This is where the campaign party is, and like you mentioned, Amber, a lot of people has been popping up throughout the evening. Really feels like a party here with the music, the food, the chatter. You can probably hear just how loud it is. About 10 minutes ago, we saw crews and supporters and volunteers passing out signs for the fans in the crowd to hold on to, but no signs of John James, the candidate himself, just yet. We've been watching the results all evening long. A lot of AP polling still saying too early to call, so we're wondering what time he's going to take the stand and speak to his supporters. I did message the campaign manager to see, and we have not heard back on a timeline yet, so we'll of course continue to be here throughout the evening. But throughout the evening also, I've been talking with supporters. We've seen those elected officials who support Jordan James here, but also just everyday voters who live across Michigan. In fact, I talked to a woman who's celebrating her birthday today, and she started the day over at a polling site, volunteering and working, and then ending her birthday evening here at the John James party, because that's how much it means to her to spend her night here in Michigan and at this party. But like I mentioned, there are a lot of elected officials and people who are lobbyists or people who are just more involved with politics in general. Here's one of them. This is the Michigan GOP 2nd District. Take a listen to what he had to say about why this race is so important.
John James is the only guy that I believe that can win in November. And I want to get back to real life. I want to get back to some normal, get away from the socialist tyranny. I just think that John's the guy that can do that.
So the question I asked him was, how important does he think this governor's race is for the Michigan GOP party? And that was his answer to that. In fact, one other interesting tidbit that he told me from our conversation earlier is that he believes that Michigan is more of a red-leaning state, so more Republican versus a purple swing state, because he says this is the race that he hopes will prove to people across the country that we are more red than we are purple. And of course, throughout the evening, we're going to be here at the party to bring you the latest and hopefully bring you James's remarks once he takes the stage. We're live in Sterling Heights. We're going to send things back to you in the studio.
All right, Nicole Tian at Sterling Heights tonight. You can tell there's a lot of energy in that room. There's a buzz. It's interesting, though, the candidate himself not circulating around, still kind of watching everything come in.
We'll be waiting on that and check back in with Nicole. In the meantime, now let's get out to the watch party for businessman Perry Johnson.
And News 8's Olivia Bosser joins us now live from Troy, Michigan. Olivia?
More and more people have continued to pack into this room over the past hour. We have voters here from all ages at the San Marino Club. They're all hoping to hear the news that Perry Johnson will represent the party in the race for governor come November. And this is a race that is being watched around the nation. I feel that you can tell that that excitement is just permeating throughout this room right now. We're all watching the screen, waiting on results to come in. Polling from late July did show Johnson falling behind James by about 8 points, but gaining votes overall. As of right now, about 36% of the votes are going to Johnson. He's pulling ahead in Osceola, Wexford, Mason, and Berry counties. And with less than 20% of the votes in as of this moment, we could be waiting a while to find out who is going to win this race. Now, as of right now, we have not seen candidate Perry Johnson, but his campaign did tell me shortly ago that he's expected to join the party soon and could take the podium shortly after. So we're going to be here throughout the night following this race, and we will bring you those remarks whenever he makes them. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in studio.
All right, Olivia Bosser in Troy tonight with the Johnson campaign. Again, another candidate who hasn't circulated, but I'm sure when he does come out, he'll have that paper cup of coffee with him.
Yeah, right. All right. Thank you so much, Olivia.
Well, the Republican gubernatorial primary winner will go up against Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson in November.
Yeah, she held a comfortable lead in the polls for the duration of the campaign. About 30 minutes or so ago, she announced her win. Take a listen.
Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state.
Well, there's a little of Jocelyn Benson in her speech tonight after winning that race. The governor's race, of course, one of the big ones that we're watching for you tonight.
News 8 political reporter Rick Albin joining us now. Probably not a surprise there, Rick, a longtime favorite, Benson.
No, that is a race that we have always thought was probably hers to win, and it certainly was. But I want to start with it. She's got something like 83, almost 84% to 16%. But I want to show you how this map works, because when it gets closer to the end of a race, it starts to shade the counties. So these that are the darkest pink are the ones that voted the most for Jocelyn Benson. And these that are lighter are voting for both of the candidates. And this green one, no surprise, is for Chris Swanson. That's his home county of Genesee County. So that's how the map works. I want to show you another race. This one is for the Republican candidates for governor. And again, let's spread this out so you get a chance. Here it's John James in red. So you see, not only is he winning in a lot of places, he's winning and the coloring is getting darker and darker. Perry Johnson does have some spots. They're small. Some of them are pretty intense, but you can see when you take a look at the totals, and I got to pull this back in to get to those, that you still have a separation of over 15 points, or about 15 points there. That's where that's been for a good deal of the night. We'll do one other really quick, if we can just do the Senate race while we're here. You can take a look at that, and you can tell that that's still within reach. It's about 6 points. That's closed up a little bit, 27%. And again, you can see where Stevens is getting her support in the green areas, El Sayed in the red areas. This is an area where he's won before. This is an area where he's won before. This is an area where he's won before. Stevens has represented part of this, and you can see she's doing pretty well. out in the middle part of the state, too. It takes a lot of these counties to make up for Wayne and Oakland and Macomb, although I think she's doing relatively well in Macomb as well. So we'll keep an eye on these numbers. We still have some time to go, but we'll be coming back to this map on a regular basis so we can tell not only how many votes there are, but where they're coming from and where they have a chance to make up a difference if, in fact, they can, guys.
Yeah, new feature for us, that map, super instructive.
Really helpful.
I'm just glad Rick is running it.
Yeah, exactly right. Doing a good job over there, Rick. Appreciate it.
Let's get to the race for U.S. Senate. Candidates there running for the seat currently held by the outgoing Senator Gary Peters.
For the Democrats, it's Congresswoman Haley Stevens versus Abdul El-Sayed. And tonight's winner will go on to face Mike Rogers in the general election. You can see El-Sayed there leading the way right now with about 13% of the vote in. So
Yeah.
still waiting there.
Race kind of maybe tightening a little bit, 13% of the vote in. We do have crews at watch parties being held by both candidates tonight.
Yeah, this is the race that every time you turn on the TV, right, you see the ads on national news, News 8's Duncan McLean joining us now live from Detroit, where the El-Sayed team is. Duncan, how's it going out there?
Brian, Amber, we are live from the Majestic Theater on Woodward Avenue here in downtown Detroit, where supporters, volunteers, campaign workers, and voters from all over the state are cheering on their candidate here, Abdul El-Sayed. You mentioned it's getting a little tighter than we've seen over the course of the night. You can feel that in the room. It was quite jubilant when they flashed the first 1% reporting slide on the screen behind us, and Abdul had a few thousand vote lead. That ballooned to, at one point, he held almost 60% of the reported vote, but his max margin has stayed about the same as more and more of the state has reported in. He hasn't really crossed over that 25,000 vote lead barrier yet, and it's starting to shrink just a little bit as more and more of those votes are tabulated. So early jubilation and a little bit of reality setting here at the party. Keeping the energy up are a series of speakers. We've heard from the president of the Michigan Nurses Association and a Detroit City Councilman. We've also seen a ton of support and hats and shirts from the UAW here in the crowd. All of those people sharing with us the message that resonates with them most, which is to get corporate control out of politics. Folks we talked to say they don't think that there's another candidate that can get them that, even in the Democratic Party. That's a huge reason why they're supporting El-Sayed, along with his commitment to get money out of politics, achieve health care for all, and put more money in voters' pockets. Those are the cornerstones of his campaign over the last weeks and months. We're still waiting to hear from El-Sayed himself. He was out shaking hands of voters in the bowling alley next door to the venue here about 90 minutes, 2 hours ago, making sure people feel seen and heard. And that's another reason why voters here have told us that they're supporting him, because he's earnest and honest, and they feel like he does care, not just about the big counties and the big cities, but about the small ones like Monroe, south of the state of Michigan, and folks closer to us over on the west side. They do feel represented and seen by El-Sayed. That's what we're hearing on the ground here. Lots more tabulating to go. Our local election workers are working really hard to get those results in. We're watching carefully, and we'll continue to bring you live updates here from Detroit as the election continues. For now, live at the Majestic Theater, Woodward Avenue, Duncan McLean, News 8.
All right, Duncan, yeah, a lot of the pundits pointing out that nobody had any more disciplined messaging than Abdul El-Sayed in this campaign.
And out there already thanking his supporters, shaking their hands.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens also holding her watch party in Detroit.
News 8's Josh Sanchez is joining us live out there. Josh, kind of different where you are because the watch party is next to you over in that room and you're in the media room.
Yeah, that's right. We're in the ballroom for Hotel St. Regis, and just a few feet next to me on my right through a partition wall, that's where we have the party, the watch party, in a bar area there. So in the last 30 minutes, I was able to get into that room just to get a feel for the atmosphere there. A lot of folks keeping a close eye on the tallies as we get that in through the night, and I was able to get a quick conversation in with an older gentleman about how he was feeling with the current race of things, and he was telling that he was keeping that enthusiasm, and that was something that we could hear around us in that room. You know, there's still a lot of food, a lot of drink going around, as well as people just having a good time with one another as they watch the results roll in. And part of our conversation was just the difficulties within this primary race. You know, he acknowledged that one of the big issues has been the war in Gaza and the question of Palestine and how the U.S. is involved in the Middle East region there. And he acknowledged that that was an issue that has been wedged in this primary race. Now, when I asked him, you know, when it comes to whoever comes out on top primary night and goes on to the race in November, you know, what's the goal? What's the vision to bridge that gap between these two different parts of the Democratic ticket? And he tells me that he hopes to see that they are able to find a common ground and agreement that there is a bigger picture that they want to see forward. They want to see a Democratic candidate succeed in November. So whatever happens tonight, he hopes that that is the way that the ticket is able to come together come November. Now, Stevens, as we've heard a lot throughout this campaign, is well supported from big names in the Democratic field here in Michigan, from Governor Gretchen Whitmer to Senator Gary Peters, as well as some local leaders as well. David LeGrand over in Grand Rapids, as well as Mayor Andy Shore for the state capitol over in Lansing. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of just the difference that we're seeing from this side of the primary night, as well as what Duncan is seeing over there as well. Now, we haven't seen many speakers tonight. Everything is kind of, again, off to that side room there. I haven't been able to hear any speakers from where we're at either of any folks coming in here to energize the crowd. It's mostly just music there and folks just having a good time as they watch the results come in. Again, I believe we have a moment of that conversation that I have with that gentleman of just that push of moving forward together.
The reality is that we are one Michigan trying to move forward and navigate things the best way that we can.
Now, one thing that I do want to point out is that last week we had a Wood TV Emerson College poll, and one of the things that we noticed from that poll was that older voters, 60 and older, were going towards Stevens and supporting Stevens' platform in the primary. Now, one big question will be how the ballots actually turn out at the end of the night, and that's something we'll be keeping a close eye from here in Detroit. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Josh Stevens with the Haley Stevens campaign. Again, he's in the media room. The party's next door.
Interesting setup for sure.
Josh Sanchez, my apologies. Just to show you how big the national interest in the Senate race is, Drudge Report, highly influential, Fight for Dem Future with the picture of Abdul El-Sayed. So national media has really ramped up their attention on this particular race and what the future of the Democratic Party might look like.
Yeah. Political reporter Rick Albin is joining us again. Rick, like Brian mentioned, there's so much attention on this race, and it's really getting close, right?
It is. It's getting a lot closer than it was. We started off 17 points apart when the numbers started coming in. As I said then, we were over on plus, and I said those numbers are going to shrink a little bit. We've got some movement. Well, now it's happened. If you take a look at this right now, with 28% of the votes that have already been cast, there's about a 5-6 point difference between Stevens and El-Sayed, and let me tell you why that's happening. If you take a look at this map, remembering that the red is Stevens, or the pink, if you will, the green, the green is Stevens and the pink is El-Sayed, you can see where he's winning. There's some big population bases, and you can see how much darker it is. Where Stevens is winning, and she's winning in a big way in Oakland County, covering a lot of the area, but she's only a few thousand votes ahead, whereas El-Sayed is getting bigger percentages in some of these other counties, though not as big. But now we're starting to see this. You see all these green dots? Let me spread it up again. All these green dots are counties where she has the lead, and those are starting to populate. And now you've got these two big areas here in Oakland and Wayne County, and all of these through here. And this is what's brought this race down to a 6-point race, and we still have 70% of the vote to be counted. Now, I never make any predictions, and not about to now, but here is the bottom line on this. This is a struggle between what is the current heart and soul of the Michigan Democratic Party, the Whitmers, the Gary Peters, Debbie Stabenow, all of the folks that we've heard their names for years, they've been the backbone of the party, versus the Bernies and the AOCs who have come in to support El Sayed. And so now this is becoming a very close race. If the national media was interested this morning, they are particularly interested tonight. And I'm more interested than I was 2 hours ago.
All right. Rick, thank you. There's also a number of congressional races that we're following this evening.
Yeah, Michigan's 3rd Congressional District, the retired meteorologist versus the businessman. Terry DeBoer is taking on Ryan Cushman there, and quite a lead there. The winner of tonight will face incumbent U.S. Representative Hillary Scholten.
And we're also following a couple of races in Michigan's 4th Congressional. For the Democrats, it's Sean McCann versus Diep Harris. McCann leading in that race so far, 71% to 29%. For the Republicans, it's Bill Huizenga versus Philip Tanis. That race has been called in favor of Congressman Huizenga.
And we also have a race in Michigan's 2nd Congressional District. Let's take a look. We have 3 Democrats that are in the race tonight, in the race right now. And it looks like Ben Ambrose is leading the way right now, just by 1% percentage vote right there. Whoever wins tonight will face U.S. Representative James Molinar in November.
Now, clerks all over the state have been quite busy today and tonight helping calculate today's races.
News 8's Jamie Livingston has been watching this process all night long. She's been at polling places. In one place, they ran out of ballots. So kind of a busy night out there, Jamie. What's the latest out there?
Yeah, it was a pretty busy night. Right now it's pretty calm here downtown Grand Rapids. I'm at the city clerk's office. We did just have one jurisdiction dropping off their ballots. It has been pretty slow. I will say that the first ballots came in from Rockford just before 10, followed by Virgins Township just after 10 o'clock. We'll have to find out who these people are as well. But this is where the data is actually coming in. So far, all the data has been coming from those absentee ballots and early voting, and we're getting some of those numbers finally trickling into Kent County. The actual in-person data is going to be added to this mix. I just met up with the clerk, Lisa Posthumus-Lyons, and she says Kent County was actually the first jurisdiction across the state to input any of their data, and she does credit that to the Grand Rapids clerk and some of the changes in the law which allow for getting a jump on absentee and early voting ballots. She says it's too early to see if there were any surprises in the results here, but it is shaping up to be a pretty high turnout for a primary.
It's a really transparent process, and our office is open for people to come in and observe. Our polling locations are open where our election inspectors are finishing up everything, putting all the materials together to bring over to the local clerk. We just want people to be able to observe and participate at every process of the election.
I know people are busy pressing the refresh button on election results online, but we will take some time. Lisa tells me that it will go into the night, and they're not going to sacrifice accuracy for speed. I can tell you there are 30 jurisdictions, and so far we've had 3 dropping off their ballots. So as you can see, it will take a little bit of time. Reporting live in downtown Grand Rapids, Jamie Livingston, News 8.
Yeah, all great points. It is just such an unusual primary season.
Right.
For the interest in all of these races and the turnout that they're seeing, that's not something that we're used to usually in August.
Exactly. Patience tonight for sure.
All right, we want to take a quick break. There is still a lot more to come, but first we'll continue to bring you results on air and online as they become available.
And you can follow our election result page on woodtv.com or watch us on the Wood TV Plus app.
Well, we continue to track the weather as well. Some rain showers looking likely at times during the day tomorrow. We'll show you that futurecast as well as your 8-day forecast. That's coming up.
All right, looks like we're getting some results now in the Republican gubernatorial primary.
Yep, James winning there, and he'll be moving on to November to face Benson, John James and Jocelyn Benson.
The Associated Press just calling that race for John James, and Rick Albin over at the Heat Map now to have more on some of the results that he's seeing come in.
First of all, you look at the percentages, 50 to 36%. You got a 14-point difference there. Only 25% of the votes are in, but this is the tail of the map, because you can see all of the red is John James. Big counties, big percentages, darker red, more intensity of votes. So you're looking at all the big counties from the east side trailing right through the central part of the state, including deeper red in the Grand Rapids area. And then you see a few spots of green for Perry Johnson that are scattered out over the map. But obviously these population centers are not nearly big enough to take on all of these red areas that James has already collected. So again, I point out, it's only about 25% of the vote that has been counted, but the numbers are overwhelming. AP has their own system for calling this. Remember, it's the AP calling the race. But as we look at this tonight, this one looks like it's pretty much wrapped up. We'll continue to look at the rest of the results as they come in. And I'm not going to go to the map, but I will tell you, too, on the other race that we've been watching with a lot of intensity over on that Senate race, those numbers are getting not further away, but closer together. And we'll come back and talk about that in a minute.
All right, Rick, very interesting there. There are several congressional races, and former meteorologist Terry DeBoer running against Ryan Cushman for the Republican nomination in the 3rd District.
News 8's Katani Gooch is following this race for us tonight. Katani is joining us live now at a party there. How's it going there? I see Terry in the background.
I'm here live at Pete's Bar and Tavern. Yes, Terry is in the background, as well as all of her supporters out here. They've been out here for a few hours here since about 7:30. So the past 3 hours they've been here just hanging out, supporting and everything. There they go. I was wondering when they were going to do something. Right now, you know, we are still waiting for those results to come in. We only have about 30% of the votes in now, but we do know that Terry is leading the polls with about 80% of those votes already. So we're getting lots of cheers, lots of excitement here already. But we did speak to Terry a little bit earlier this afternoon before the party really got underway, just to talk about why she got into politics. As we know, she's a long-standing figure in this community through her work with meteorology. But we did speak to her about why she wanted to get into politics. Listen to what she had to say.
People here in West Michigan have watched me as they've grown up and lived their lives. I've been a part of West Michigan for more than 35 years, coming into your homes and your classrooms. And what's become very clear to me is this country is in a desperate need to have solid common sense values restored to the governing body.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, they've been here for about 3 hours, since about 7:30, and only 30% of those votes are in right now. But the excitement's still pretty high, and they said they're going to stay here as long as it takes until that race is officially called. But right now, Terry is in the lead for that 3rd district, for the seat for the congressional race. But I'll send it back to you in the studio as we continue coverage tonight, as races across West Michigan are starting to roll in. Live in Byron Center, Katani Gooch, News 8.
Katani, yes, certainly Terry, very well known to us, many of us here at Wood TV 8. She certainly seemed to be enjoying the party time.
All right, moving on now. State Representative Christian Grant winning in the Democratic primary for Michigan's 82nd House District. News 8's Kyle Mitchell spoke with Grant after learning she won the primary election about 30 minutes ago. Kyle, what does she have to say?
A lot of excitement here and celebrations with State Representative Christian Grant winning the Democratic primary for the 82nd District. She was going up against Commissioner Robert Womack, who did concede the race. We did get a statement from Robert Womack, who conceded the race and said that he encourages his supporters to vote for State Representative Christian Grant in the general election. Now, this race was much farther apart than the previous matchup. These two candidates went head-to-head in 2022. That race, it came down to 0.5% of the vote. So this time, much bigger margins coming in today. We did speak with the state representative right after that race was called, about her interests in this seat and what she wants to do for this district that she has been representing when now she goes to the general election.
It's no secret that there are disparities between the southeast side of Grand Rapids and parts of Wyoming that we don't see in other parts of the city. And so I worked with colleagues like Senator Brinks and other individuals to make sure that we invested in things that would be open and free and accessible to the people here. We still have more work to do in education and in opportunities for small businesses, but we've laid a great foundation. I'm really excited about that.
And a lot of excitement here. They're just about, they just did a toast to State Representative Christian Grant, who is up there on the podium. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right.
A good time there.
Yeah. Have to keep reminding ourselves that it's only August, not
I
November.
know, right?
We've seen a lot of November-size scale parties after these results tonight.
A lot of excitement.
We do want to take a quick break. There is still a lot more to come tonight.
Yeah, let's take a look outside, because when we come back, Blake Harms will join us with a look at the 8-day forecast.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Storm Team 8 with meteorologist Blake Harms.
Hey there, we're in with a quick break in the election coverage to give you a look at the forecast, because we are tracking some chances for rain showers heading into tomorrow. Here's a live view over Grand Rapids. Of course, it was a beautiful election day today. Plenty of sunshine out there, just a few scattered clouds. And we're still mostly clear in many areas tonight. Satellite radar quiet over West Michigan for now, but we are tracking our next system that is en route from the west that will be delivering some rain showers into West Michigan for our Wednesday. And looking over some of the newest model data tonight, it is encouraging for folks who want some rain. It looks like tomorrow evening we may be seeing some more widespread rain. So the latest trends right now is for fewer showers in the morning. If we do see them, they're most likely to be north of Grand Rapids. Widely scattered showers expected in the afternoon. The most widespread rain looks to come near or after sunset tomorrow night into the overnight hours and early Thursday morning. Those are just the latest trends that I'm seeing tonight. Let me show you what I mean. We stay clear for the next few hours before clouds begin to build in, and a few sprinkles are possible overnight. So if you sleep with the windows open tonight, you may hear a pitter-patter outside briefly, but not expecting anything widespread or heavy. Then into the latter morning hours, it looks like we may not see a whole lot of activity. Best chance, again, will be north of I-96. Much of the afternoon will be featured with widely scattered showers, and then toward and especially after sunset, looks like we may get a burst of some heavier rain. At least that's the hope. Several of our models have been showing a similar trend, which lends to at least a bit more confidence in this occurring. But we'll track that chance for rain into Wednesday night, and then into Thursday, we have about a 20 to 30% chance of a few scattered showers through the day. Rainfall amounts looking a bit more optimistic in some areas, especially north of 96. Just about everyone could still use some beneficial rain, so hoping we can get there. I do still think most places will see under a ½ inch, but some spots could certainly see more. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere that could produce heavy rainfall rates. Lows tonight will fall to the low to mid 60s. Highs tomorrow will warm to the low to mid 80s away from the lakeshore. Mid to upper 70s expected further north, where some rain may temper those highs in the afternoon. One thing I do want to point out is that dew points are going to climb pretty substantially, so it will be quite humid tomorrow, with dew points warming to near 70. Here's your 8-day forecast. It features highs in the 80s for the foreseeable future, with a few more low-end chances for rain, 20 to 30%, mainly expected to be isolated for now. Bottom line is that I casted a ballot for some more beneficial rain, and cautiously optimistic we may be able to get some of that tomorrow night.
I'm with you, Blake. I hope so.
You voted.
Thank you so much, Blake. And we're going to take another break, and next we're taking another look at the race for U.S. Senate. It is a close one. We'll be right back. And we now know who will face off against each other in the race for governor. Democrat Jocelyn Benson will face Republican John James.
Yep, that is your contest for governor come November. In the race for U.S. Senate, Congresswoman Haley Stevens versus Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. As we have been monitoring this race, there has been some tightening in this race. Sayed still up 50 to 47%, 18% of the vote in. It is very early in this and a lot tighter than maybe some people expected.
Yeah, we'll be talking with Rick in a little bit, but right now we want to check back in with News 8's Duncan McLean. He joins us live from Detroit, where the El-Sayed team is. Duncan, he was out there earlier with his supporters. Have you seen him recently?
Brian, Amber, we have not seen Abdul El-Sayed since he was out here shaking hands with supporters a couple of hours ago at the start of this party right around when polls closed. But we are seeing the nerves of his supporters start to tickle up just a little bit as that race continues to tighten. All the numbers that we're seeing here indicate what you just said, that as more and more of the vote gets reported, that margin gets thinner and thinner for El-Sayed. People starting to look around, sweat a little bit, talk a little bit, and we've had some more speakers that have really had to drive up the energy here. We just heard from the national director of the Working Families Party, who had a major anti-billionaire message hammering home the get corporate control out of politics, the labor force movement, and the working class family movement that's behind El-Sayed and this side of this battle for the Democratic Party. The folks are feeling a little more nervous, certainly, than they have for most of the evening. It was an early lead, and that has dwindled and dwindled and dwindled to now it's just about neck and neck in this race for a shot at a Senate seat here in the state of Michigan. We'll continue to bring you updates and anecdotes as our coverage continues here on Wood TV. We're now live in Detroit. Duncan McLean, News 8.
Okay, Duncan McLean down there, as he said that they've in that room, they've been watching that lead kind of wither away tonight, and now it's getting into nail-biting territory. Of course, tons of national interest in this Senate race. And a lot of pundits say the outcome indicates the future of what the Democratic Party will look like, not just in Michigan, but nationwide.
Political reporter Rick Albin joining us again. Rick.
Yeah, this is a look at this race now that it is more fully formed. We're looking at county by county, and the deep color, or lack thereof, is still showing how much strength they have in the counties. But you see how much of this is now in Haley Stevens' court. It goes all the way to the top of the map. There is a fair representation for El-Sayed, and he does have some pretty strong, but let me show you some of what the problem is. If you go to this county, he's got a very strong lead, right? Well, the fact of the matter is there are only 11 votes in that county, so we still don't know where Clinton County is going to go. What we do know is that right now, with 37% of the votes in, we are down to 2.3, 2.2 points difference. This was 17 points at one point early on in the race. One thing that's worth pointing out, we're within a 3-point margin. Mallory McMorrow, who dropped out of the race right now, is trending at 3.6%. So in this scenario, if this held, this 3.6% would have an outcome on the election. Not saying it's going to, not saying that we know where this is going, but we've seen somewhere between a 14 and 12% lead collapse now. We're getting down in that 2 to 3% range. We'll just have to see where all of these other counties fill in, because even though they're not that populous, they will make the difference when it comes to the total share, because we still have a whole bunch of votes out there. 63% of the votes are still out, guys.
And we continue to wait. Who will be the Democratic nominee? Well, coming up, we'll shift our focus to the governor's race.
Our crews following the candidates at their watch parties, so we'll take you there live after the break. All right, now turning our attention to the race for governor. For the Democrats, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson picking up an easy win tonight against Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson. Earlier, she did address the win to a crowd of supporters. This was about a half an hour ago.
I will work for all of you and every Michigander in this state. Not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump, you. So I'm here tonight asking you to work with me to build a government together whose leaders work for the people. A government that saves us time, saves us money, and makes our life easier.
Benson will go on to face John James in November. The outcome of this race against Perry Johnson coming just in about 10:30 tonight.
And News 8 is live at the John James Watch Party in Detroit, and that's where we find News 8's Nicole Tam. And Nicole, I guess we're interested in the gauge of the mood in the room.
Yeah, and I keep turning around because I'm hearing cheering. I think John James is about to come out. If he does, we're going to take a second to switch the microphone so you can hear his speech on the podium. But throughout the evening, there's just a lot of excitement among the crowd. We know the Associated Press has now called this race for John James. So this is the moment all these supporters are waiting for, and all the folks who voted for him. Let's see if he's about to take the stage. There's a lot of cheering. I think he's behind the curtain there, about to walk out. So let's zoom on in to give you that moment there. Let's see here. There are some folks walking on stage here, but still no John James, so I think he's about to come out here. But throughout the evening, there's just a lot of excitement. We've been talking with supporters also from across the state. They're just really excited for change here in Michigan, and that's why they say they're here. So I see that this is now, they're still waiting for John James to come on, but a lot of supporters already. You can see all the signs there. About 20 minutes ago, the crew passed out those signs, and now folks are gathered all the way up there by the podium. So we will be here throughout the evening to show you those remarks. I know we have to get to other crews in the field, but we'll be here listening to those remarks and give you a recap of that once we have it. I think we're going to send things back to you in the studio for now. We're live in Sterling Heights.
They're lined up. They're waiting for him to come out any minute
I think I
now.
heard we are the champions, maybe. All right.
All right, now we're checking back in with Perry Johnson's camp in Troy.
And News 8's Olivia Bosser has been there all night. Olivia, how's that room sound?
The room has started to thin out. There's definitely a sense of disappointment across the room after they learned that Perry Johnson's opponent, John James, will be the one facing off against Jocelyn Benson in November. Now, we are expecting, we actually have the candidate coming to stage right now, so let's go ahead and take a listen to what he has to say.
Wow. I will tell you, I have the greatest team on the planet, and I have such amazing supporters. It is so fantastic. I can't tell you how happy I am. And really, to be part of this movement is amazing. Because for the first time, I think ever, we have united all the conservatives in one group, and you see them. And obviously, it's not a cinch to go against the establishment. And you know, but I think there's a great deal of real.
All right, Perry Johnson addressing his supporters there in Troy, Michigan, and sure
We're on the floor tonight, not even go up on stage.
bittersweet for him, but thanking his supporters that stayed with him all the way.
And always, I want to thank Almighty God for every blessing in my life, for each opportunity, and for each one of you. Everything that we have comes from Him. I also want to thank my incredible wife, Liz, and our 3 amazing boys. They are the reason why I fight so hard for Michigan's future. Thank you for your sacrifices. I love you. And I also want to thank President Trump for his endorsement, his friendship, and his steadfast belief in the American people. And to every volunteer and supporter who poured your time, energy, and prayers into this cause, this victory belongs to you. The primary is over. Now we come together. One team, one fight, one mission to save Michigan. To those who supported me, thank you. And for those who did not, I'm going to work every single day to earn your trust. And to every Michigander who feels politically homeless, who loves this state, works hard, and believes in common sense and wonders whether anyone in government still sees you, I see you. I'm for you. And there's a place for you in this campaign. Tonight marks the beginning of Michigan's comeback. But we have to be honest about where we are. Michigan's families are paying some of the highest gasoline prices in the Midwest. Our unemployment rate's among the highest in America. Our children are falling behind. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and too many of our young people are leaving to find opportunities somewhere else. But don't worry. Benson and the Democrats will just blame Trump because they think you'll fall for it. But we're smarter than that. Here's the truth. The president's occupied the White House for less than half the time that Benson's held power in Lansing. For nearly 8 years, Jocelyn Benson's been a part of the Michigan Democratic leadership. For 2 full years under President Biden, Democrats had a trifecta in Lansing. They had the power. They passed their agenda. Now they're spending roughly $20 billion more than Michigan spent at the height of COVID. Our state budget's nearly 50% larger than it was under Governor Snyder. Does your child's school feel 50% better? How about your health care? How about your damn roads? Michigan now ranks 46th out of 50 states overall. 46th. That's 11 spots worse than California. We rank 45th in education, 43rd in our economy, 42nd in our infrastructure. Our fourth graders rank 44th in reading. 45 states are doing better than Michigan, and every one of them has the same president we do. Jocelyn Benson promises a new direction, but she has been a part of the leadership that got us lost in the first place. Now she's teaming up with Abdul El-Sayed, the Midwest Mamdani, to impose a socialist agenda that's never worked anywhere it's been tried. Look, Michigan does not lack talent. We do not lack resources, but Michigan lacks proven, tested leadership where it matters the most. I've spent my life answering the call. I'm a veteran. After September 11th, I served our nation in combat and learned to bring people together from different backgrounds to accomplish tough missions. After the recession, I worked with my father and my brother. We helped grow jobs in Detroit when families needed work and dignity and hope. I'm a congressman. I help cut taxes, secure our border, end vehicle mandates, save Selfridge, and protect Medicaid for vulnerable people. Now I'm answering the call to come home. Michigan is on fire. I've always run toward the fire. This November, the choice will be clear. We offer freedom, they offer socialism. We offer change, they offer continued decline. We offer common sense, they offer crazy. But we should never underestimate how pain and desperation make false promises sound like hope. That doesn't make socialism compassionate or workable or even viable. It is none of those things. It means we must listen to people failed by the status quo and answer their pain with solutions that actually work. They don't want bureaucrats controlling their lives. They want groceries they can afford, homes they can buy, schools that will teach their children to read. They want safe streets, reliable electricity, decent health care, and a job that pays enough to raise a family on a single income. Our fellow Michiganders just want the pain to stop. But socialism will not stop that pain. It will deepen that pain. It will spread that pain, and eventually it will make that pain permanent. We cannot merely condemn socialism. We must expose it for the lie it is and show Michigan a better way. We must prove that freedom works, free enterprise works, lower taxes work, enforcing the law works, phonics works, strong families, faith, and freedom works. We will cut taxes, lower your energy bills. We're going to cut taxes. We're going to lower your energy bills. We're going to protect Medicaid for those who need it while stopping fraud and abuse for those who would steal from it. Yes. We're going to restore excellence and accountability and parental rights to our schools. We will support law enforcement, protect victims, and keep violent criminals off our streets. We're going to rebuild our roads and our bridges and our water systems and our electric grid with transparency and accountability. And we're going to make Michigan a state where our children can build their futures, not when they feel forced to leave. I know the American dream works because my family lived it. The son of a slave became a sharecropper. The son of a sharecropper became a mason. The son of a mason became a truck driver. And that son of a truck driver stands before you here tonight, the nominee from the party of Abraham Lincoln, 90 days away from becoming Michigan's first black governor. All glory and all praise and all honor to God. I am just a servant. I am here to submit to the Lord and serve all of his people, all 10 million of us. And I'm not standing here because of socialism. I'm standing here by the grace of God and through the sacrifices of my family and because the American dream is real. To my children, to my nieces and nephews, and to all of yours out there, you were created in the image of God and built for a purpose. You are not victims of history. You are the founders of your future. Freedom, not socialism, is your birthright. Michigan is made for more, and so are you. So tonight, I ask every Michigander, Republican, Democrat, Independent, none of the above, I don't care. Join us. Join us. If you want your children and your grandchildren to build their futures here, join us. If you want your children to stay in Michigan and not necessarily in your basement, your movement is with us. This is bigger than any one party. We are all Michiganders, and we're all one nation under God. This future is about our home. And I'm here to tell you, hope is on the horizon. Help is on the way, and the best is yet to come. So with that, may the Lord bless and keep each and every single one of you. May God bless the great state of Michigan, and God bless the United States of America. Good night. Thank you so much.
All right, a fired up John James there addressing his supporters, thanking them, thanking President Donald Trump for his endorsement.
James laying out that is the argument that you will hear all the way from now until November from the Republicans. As you can see, they're lining up with some fiery rhetoric there, talking directly about socialism and some of the more progressive policies that the Democrats have been pushing and the way that they can tend that they'll fight this as try to make their case to the voters come November.
All right, I think we're going to take a quick break. Oh, actually, we're going to go out to Nicole. She's out at that watch party right now. She just heard from John James as well. Nicole?
And we're back here at Congressman John James's watch party here in Sterling Heights. He just walked off the stage after delivering his victory speech. We know that the AP projects that he will be beating challenger Perry Johnson in this gubernatorial race for the Republicans. That means he'll be facing off against Jocelyn Benson come November. In his speech, he already started those attacks against Benson and why he thinks he'll be the better candidate for Michiganders across the state. He referenced how the Michigan lacks proven, tested leadership. He also referenced his experience, 8 years in the Army over the years, and also his position in Congress, and how he believes his work will help deliver better results for Michiganders across the state if he's elected come November. He also talked a lot about his faith and how Jesus and God leads him to serve people in his community and throughout his career as well. And of course, he thanked his supporters, his family, and also President Donald Trump, because we know he is the endorsed candidate from the president. Of course, the big question moving forward is, how will that endorsement play out come general election time? We'll have to watch and see about that. And of course, we'll be here throughout the evening as well to gather more reaction from the supporters who waited hours for him to come out and deliver that victory speech. So a lot of happy smiles, loud music going on here. I'm sure you can hear that as well. So just a lot of upbeat energy here from Congressman John James's campaign party. Sounds like he's trying to get a new title and become Governor John James. We'll have to see how that plays out. We're live here in Sterling Heights. We're going to send things back to you in Grand Rapids.
All right, thank you, Nicole. A celebration there tonight for the James campaign.
Yep. Results continue to trickle in. Stay with Wood TV as we'll have more on those races and more analysis after the break.
Well, clerks across West Michigan are busy tallying election results. We're slowly starting to see votes come in, but there's still a lot more to go.
Yeah, it could be a late night. News 8's Jamie Livingston live with a look at how that process is going. Jamie.
Yeah, this is when the fun really begins, and the results have started to trickle in. I would say they are actually coming in a little more quickly now. We've seen about a dozen precincts reporting. I do have the Kent County Clerk with me, Lisa Lyons-Postumus. Tell me a little bit about this process. Well, maybe let's start with turnout. What do we think is going on?
Well, it's a little hard to say right now since we haven't received all of our Election Day results yet, but I'm really thinking we're going to hit a high water mark for a gubernatorial midterm, simply because based on absentee votes that we've had, the early votes we've had, we were looking at about an 18.5% voter turnout, and a turnout in this election is usually around 30%. So we're looking to see if we hit that high water mark. I think we will, but right now we're just getting our election results coming in and making sure that we can report those out accurately to the public.
So we've seen several of these groups walking in. Can you kind of explain that process? Because I know a lot of people at home are pressing the refresh button on the election results, and this is kind of the behind the scenes of that.
Yeah, behind the scenes of our website where we publicly report our results, we will get absentee voting results coming in from a virtual private network that we will upload. But for those Election Day and early votes results, we have to wait for our local clerks to deliver those results from their jurisdiction to the county, where we will collect them and then upload them into our election management system and out to the public for them to watch and see how it all unfolds.
All right. Well, thank you so much for all of your hard work. Has there been any issues today?
I mean, we've had the occasional issue that's not really out of the ordinary. We've had some individuals come in and want to film and record inside the polling locations to express First Amendment rights, but we had to explain to them that it's prohibited from taking pictures and from video and audio recording in those precincts, simply because we want to preserve the secret ballot for our voters and make sure everybody feels free from intimidation and having their experience be a pleasant one.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your hard work today, Lisa. I appreciate it. I'm going to let you go back to business because I see there's some more people behind us. Thank you so much.
It's the greatest day of the year.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. We do have, like I said, about a dozen different precincts have brought their results in. There are 30 total, so that gives you just a feel for how late Lisa's going to be here tonight counting all those votes. Reporting live in downtown Grand Rapids, Jamie Livingston, News 8.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Again, yeah, big night for the primary, something we usually don't see.
I know you just said something really interesting, too. It's like, it is so good to see that process. It's transparent.
I know.
It's open.
Yep.
The clerk is explaining things. The media is down there.
Yeah.
This isn't closed off or nefarious.
Yep.
It's wide open. Results continue to trickle in. Stay with Wood TV. We'll have more analysis and another look at the forecast.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Storm Team 8 with meteorologist Blake Harms.
We're going to get you back to our comprehensive election coverage in just a minute, but wanted to give you a real quick look at the weather tonight, where temperatures are still near 70 degrees area-wide, so a fairly mild evening is underway at this moment, as we are seeing pretty warm temperatures on the way for tomorrow. Not so much the temperatures per se, but the dew points. So temps are expected to climb into the low 80s. That humidity is going to get cranked up. Dew points near 70 means it will feel very humid through much of the day tomorrow, as we continue to track the chance for showers heading into our Wednesday. Here's the system right now on radar. Not looking overly impressive, but there's a band of precipitation that's expected to develop and move its way through from time to time through the day tomorrow. So we have the chance of seeing a few light showers scattered in nature overnight. Much of the morning hours looks dry. Our best chance of rain in the morning is likely to be north of I-96. Then as we progress into the afternoon and especially the evening, that chance will shift south of Grand Rapids especially. And for that reason, I think the best chance of rain for many of us will come late tomorrow evening. And then we'll have the chance of a few scattered showers into Thursday. Here's a look at your 8-day forecast. We're tracking highs in the 80s for the foreseeable future, with a few chances, low-end chances for rain through the rest of the week. I do think much of the rest of the week will be dry, with the exception of tomorrow, but we have the chance in there. We'll continue to see sunshine when it isn't raining, and it will be humid. That's one big change over the next few days, but I think our best chance for rain through the rest of the week will come tomorrow, and hoping we can get some of that beneficial rain here across much of the area.
Hoping for sure.
All right, Blake, thank you. We're going to take another break. In just a few minutes, we'll be back on Wood TV.
We'll be tracking results on air and online all night. We're going to reset really quickly, and we'll be right back, so stay with us.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for staying with us tonight. I'm Brian Sturm.
I'm Amber Kriska. It is election night in West Michigan, and right now, Newsnight is tracking results from all across the state.
It is a pivotal night for the state and potentially the rest of the nation. Several key races have already been called. Let's take a look. Here are the results of the governor's race. On the Democratic side, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson will go up against Republican Congressman John James in November. Only one will move on.
And the U.S. Senate race is still neck and neck. Candidates are hoping to replace Senator Gary Peters. Former Congressman Mike Rogers is running unopposed as a Republican. And for the Democrats, a pivotal race between Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. Stevens has been backed by Gary Peters, Governor Whitmer, and former Senator Debbie Stabenow. El-Sayed has been backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and the United Auto Workers Union. You can see a close race right there, a difference of about 23,000 votes.
Former meteorologist Terry DeBoer beat out Ryan Cushman for the Republican nomination in the 3rd District. She'll go on to face incumbent Hillary Scholten in November.
From the Lakeshore all the way to Detroit, we do have crews spread all throughout the state for you tonight. They will bring us live reaction on the results, and we'll have an in-depth analysis from political reporter Rick Albin.
We'll begin tonight, though, with the tight race for the U.S. Senate. Candidates are running for the seat currently held by outgoing Senator Gary Peters.
For the Democrats, it's Congresswoman Haley Stevens versus Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Tonight's winner will go on to face Mike Rogers in the general election.
And again, we have crews at watch parties being held by both candidates.
We want to first start with News 8's Duncan McLean. He's joining us live from Detroit, where the El-Sayed team is. Duncan, how's it going out there?
Brian, Amber, people are starting to trade those nerves that we saw when the race really tightened up about an hour ago for hope, saying this is going to be a long night and Michigan counts slow. We've seen a lot more water and caffeine being consumed out on the floor over the last half hour or so as people really dig in to ride this one out. They have acknowledged, I've heard from a couple of people, that Michigan does count slow typically, especially in these big counties out here on the east side of the state. Just to give you an idea of that, Wayne County has only submitted 26% of their ballots so far as they continue to count. That's 75,000 total votes in. Wayne leaning towards Stevens by 58%. Macomb only has 34% of their votes counted. It's leaning 55% towards Sayed. Back out in West Michigan, Kent County, 66% reported, but that's only 50,000 total votes. So the voting power, as we know in West Michigan, a lot of it lies here on the east side of the state, and they do typically like to draw out their counting times. So that's what people are focused on here now at this party, is that it's going to be a long night. They're in it for the long haul. They didn't come to roll over, and they're still very hopeful that the progressive side of this battle inside the Democratic Party will win out. When we go back to those vote totals, Oakland County has the lion's share at 200,000 votes already reported. That's 83% of their votes. So some counties are making serious progress at this hour as those local election workers continue to work late into the night to make sure that these votes are honestly and accurately counted. People opting for hope here at the Abdul El-Sayed party just here in Detroit. We'll send it back to you, Duncan McLean, News 8.
Okay, as Duncan said, everybody kind of gearing up for a long night.
Switched from, to water and coffee now, for sure.
Pace yourselves. Congresswoman Haley Stevens also holding her watch party in Detroit.
News 8's Josh Sanchez is joining us live. Josh, we don't see the supporters behind you because they have you in the media room.
Yeah, as Duncan mentioned, right now the focus is on, we are now in the media room that has opened its doors over to the guests now. As Duncan was mentioning, the vote count is something that is closely being watched here. Now, the energy has changed here at this camp within the last hour. Now, around 10:30, that's when we started to hear a roar of chants for Stevens in the other room. There's another room off to the side here that's partitioned off by a door and a fabric screen. And when we heard that roar, many members of the press pool here rushed over. We tried to lift our cameras, our cell phones over the partition to get an idea as to what was going on. Many of us believing that Stevens had made an appearance, but what we learned was that the race began to tighten between these two candidates there, and that started to give the supporters out here much hope. I got to talk with an older gentleman here who shared some of that optimism at the start of the night during that early lead for El-Sayed, and I think we can move to that right now.
I've known Haley for a while now before she got into politics, and I'm very proud of the way that she has raised her hand, stepped up to say I can move to the next level and represent Michigan.
It seems like that narrowing margin may have been that key to unlock the doors, if you would, for the ballroom here. As soon as a couple of minutes after that changing dynamic in the race, the doors opened, the partition moved off to the side, and we had a huge crowd of supporters come out here into the ballroom. Many of them were given signs, and they started to ring out in cheers, chanting in support of Stevens. Now, since then, in the last 30 minutes or so, the crowd started to die down a little bit more. The energy has started to get a little bit more reserved as many of the people here continue to keep a close eye eye on the tight margin race here. Now the crowd, there used to be a sea out here. Now that has dwindled down to just a few pods of people out here, most of them back into the bar area of the ballroom out here at the hotel, keeping a close eye on those tallies. It's something that we will all be doing here for the rest of the night to see who comes out and who will be part of the ballot in November. Live in Detroit, Josh Sanchez, News 8.
All right, great on-the-ground assessment of what's happening in real time with that campaign. Again, a lot of national interest in that Senate race, as many say the outcome could indicate what the future of the Democratic Party would look like in Michigan and the country.
Political reporter Rick Albin joining us now. Rick, what are you noticing?
Well, I think it really will help shape the Democratic Party one way or the other, and right now we don't know what that is. Let's come over here and take a look, starting with vote totals. Right now we've got about 25,000 votes, 26,000 maybe, that are separating these two. That's about 3.5%, just changed again. You see these numbers keep moving back and forth. If we can move over here, I want to open this up a little bit so you get a sense of where we're still waiting on votes, because even though some of these counties are colored in, they don't have all their votes in. For example, here, Washtenaw County, 73%. Obviously, El Sayed is doing quite well there. If you go to Wayne County, they only have 26% of their votes counted. There, Haley Stevens has done particularly well at 57.7 to 38%. And then you go down here, downriver a little bit, smaller counties, but only 20% of the votes are in. The idea is there are more than enough votes out there for either one of these candidates to win. And it's painstaking now because as places like Kent County are counting their votes, they still have 29%. Now, that's not a great deal, and we're pretty efficient here in Kent County, but it's still going to take a minute to get those done. You go all the way up the state, we've got a number of counties with low populations that haven't counted any ballots. But the problem is when we go back over here, I don't know if I can pull this all the way down. I can. We're only talking about 25, maybe 30,000 votes that are separating them. And we've got all those votes out there. They continue to change by the moment. So you see at this point, it's a little more in favor of El Sayed, but it'll change back as it has been. I've been watching it for an hour. So here's the point. This is one of those races that's watched so carefully, so closely, so many votes that still remain out all across the state of Michigan. It may come down to the last few counties because we've got just a matter of a few of these counties that haven't even started to count. And one of them, at this point, could change the outcome, guys.
At the heat map there for us, giving us a good indication of how that's shaping up right now.
Really hoping for sure. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back after this with more results.
Let's turn our attention now to the race for Michigan governor. We now know who will face off against each other come November. Democrat Jocelyn Benson will face Republican John James.
And the John James is holding that party on the east side of the state, a celebration tonight for supporters out there. News 8's Nicole Tam is there live, and we heard from John James about 30 minutes or so ago. Nicole, it's empty.
Amber and Brian, good evening from Sterling Heights. The party goers have gone home after John James delivered that victory speech. He did stick around for about 5 minutes after his speech to hug some of his supporters and chat with them. And we wanted to talk with him, but he did not speak with any journalists in the room. He just thanked his supporters, hugged a few of them, and then walked off. So the party has cleared a seat behind me, but it was really a static crowd earlier when he walked out after they learned that the Associated Press has called that race for him, knowing that the ticket in November will now become John James against Jocelyn Benson. And really his speech, he thanked his supporters and outlined his vision, but it also felt kind of like a rally in some sort because those attacks against Jocelyn Benson, his opponent, has already started. He referenced a few of her vision that he doesn't agree with. Specifically, he said that Michigan has talent but lacks proven, tested leadership is what he says. So really curious to see what his vision is moving forward in the campaign. And that's one of the questions we wanted to ask him. But of course, like I mentioned, he did not take any questions from reporters after his remarks. We'll have to see what he has to say throughout this campaign trail. Something else he mentioned a lot throughout his acceptance speech of this victory is faith and how that plays into his role in serving in Congress, in the Army, and all of his roles that he's served across his career. And we also spoke with a pastor from the Detroit area who delivered President Trump's inauguration benediction. So he talked about a really interesting perspective of how religion and faith plays into politics, and it's clear that that's also what John James referenced. And in his speech, let's take a listen to a snippet of it. We did bring you that speech live earlier. Here's a little snippet of that.
Hope is on the horizon. Help is on the way. And the best is yet to come. May the Lord bless and keep each and every single one of you. May God bless the great state of Michigan, and God bless the United States of America.
So a lot of happy folks here. We talked to a lady who's celebrating her birthday today by coming to this rally. So sounds like she got her birthday wish out of this. Really curious to see moving forward, coming up to towards the general election, how campaigns from both sides will play out. And of course, another big question is how President Trump's endorsement for John James during this primary, how that momentum will it stick as we get closer to the general election. We're wrapping up things here in Sterling Heights, and at John James's watch party, we'll send things over back to you in Grand Rapids.
All right, yeah, Nicole, definitely a tale of different watch parties tonight.
I know.
Some emptying out, others are buckling down.
Yeah, they wrapped up quickly there. All right, thank you so much, Nicole. And we heard earlier from businessman Perry Johnson, who was running against James for the GOP bid.
And News 8's Olivia Bosser joins us now from the Troy area with more on that. Olivia.
I mean, you can see that this party has cleared out. We're at the San Marino Club. Everyone stuck around until Perry Johnson took the stage. That happened just a short time ago, but what he said was hardly a concession speech. Johnson said he was going to wait until there are more results in, saying what the current results are a limited sample. He says he wants to see more election day results. Right now, AP is reporting less than half of the votes in, but Johnson is sitting at less than 36% of those votes. But before, the party has thinned out after earlier disappointment, but Johnson did rally his supporters, saying the fight is far from over. Take a listen.
We're going to have the mega audit. We will continue to push for it. We will fight for it. And I like to think of this as the mega movement. And we're going to keep this mega movement going.
As I said, the party here in Troy has wrapped up for the night. Everyone is heading home. So I'm going to send it back to you in Grand Rapids.
All right. Perry Johnson always keeping a smile on his face no matter what seemed to be happening in that campaign. John James will go up against Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson in November.
And she held a comfortable lead in the polls for the duration of the campaign. And we heard from her earlier tonight when she announced her win. Let's take a listen.
Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state.
All right, and it's not just Michigan House races we're watching, but the state Senate as well.
That's right. Rick Albin has been following these races for us, and he joins us again in studio with a breakdown of some of the latest results. Rick?
Yeah, all 38 members of the state Senate are up for election, and in many cases we have some open seats. Let's take a look at some of the results from our area, and we're going to start in the 20th primary district. This is where Eric Nesbitt has served for 8 years. He's term limited. Curtis Clark, Chris Moritas, and Kenny Clevenger participating there. We're looking at 45% in, and Curtis Clark with a 3,406 vote. He's got a lead of about 1,000, a little less than that, at 46%. We still got a lot of votes to come in, so let's move on to our next Senate district. And we know that these will lag a little behind, only 45% here. This one apparently has been called by the AP. I'm assuming that's what that check mark makes. And if that's the case, this would be a bit of an upset. Abby Groff-Vlasic against Phil Skaggs, the sitting state representative. This is the open seat with Winnie Brink's retirement. I'll go back and check those numbers a little bit. We've got a couple more. Let's do really quickly if we can. We'll go from this to the 30th district. That's where Carol Glanville is leaving a House seat. She won in this primary, and she'll want to run against sitting Republican Mark Huizenga in the fall. And I think we've got one more, maybe the 32nd or 33rd or both. Let's take a quick 31st. This one is the Democratic primary out in Ottawa County. Chris Kleingens is winning there with 74%. And let's move on to another. This is the 32nd. This is the old John Bumstead seat. He's also term limited. Muskegon County and north from there. Kim Cole winning handily, although it has not been checked because there's only 30% and there's just one more. Let's do this 33rd and we'll move on. This is a big district. Two members of the House, both Gina Johnson and Joseph Fox, and others are running, but these are the top leaders right now. And you can see it's relatively close, but there's about 77% in, so 35-24 Johnson's in control here, but it hasn't been called. So we've got a whole bunch of House seats, too, because a lot of people from the House are moving to run for the Senate. Others are leaving altogether. So we've got those at woodtv.com, and we'll talk about those later as our coverage continues. Guys, back to you.
Okay, yeah. A couple of surprises even in those races here in the state. Rick, thank you. Results do continue to come in. We're making sure the outcome of each race is getting updated over on our website.
And we're also monitoring the results of the U.S. Senate race, and we'll take you live to those watch parties once a decision is determined. But first, we're checking in with Jack Doles with sports after the break.
This is News 8 Sports.
The Dodgers' record since trading for Tarek Skubal, 0-3. So who better to send to the mound to try and stop that slide than Skubal himself? He made his Dodger debut at Wrigley Field tonight. And a first batter he faced, Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong. He stood there like the house on the side of the road and watched it go by. Skubal, 6 innings in this game. But here, tied 1-1 in the 6th, Nico Hoerner. Nope, not yet. What a catch by Kyle Tucker. Now we're in the 6th, tied 1-1. And Nico Hoerner with a chopper. That gets in for an infield single. Run scores. Cubs led 2-1 to go on to win 5-1. So Skubal takes the loss, and the Dodgers has lost 5 straight games. In the understatement of the summer, Tiger President Scott Harris said he made the Tigers' playoff chase more difficult at the trade deadline, traded away Skubal and Mize, and did not add a Major League-ready player. So the Tigers begin life without the top of their pitching rotation, did so in Seattle, and no problem. They had Troy Melton on the mound, and Melton gets some support here. It's Colt Keith, base hit, 2-run score. Tigers with a 3-0 lead in the 3rd inning. Now Max Clark in center field. You saw him with a bat over the weekend. We know he can play some defense too. A little high pop fly, and he gets after it, makes the incredible catch. Max Clark really making an impact right away with this team. Then Riley Green comes up. He belts his 16th home run. Tigers have a 4-0 lead that game now in the 8th inning. In the Midwest League, the Whitecaps are spending the week in Fort Wayne. Huge series, because these teams are tied for second, just a game out of first. This is Bo Ankeny, his first home run with the Whitecaps. That is a 2-run shot. Caps had a 2-0 lead. 2-1 in the 3rd. Bryce Rayner, the base hit. And Fort Wayne boots it around. That'll allow Woody Hayden to score. 3-0 Whitecaps. Actually 3-1 at that point. Then in the 5th inning, Ricardo Hurtado puts it on a reach. 3-run home run. Whitecaps win. Final score 12-5. In the NFL, the Falcons signed running back Bijan Robinson to a record-setting deal. Signed a 3-year, $75 million contract extension that makes him the highest-paid running back in NFL history. Like Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs has not been practicing. He reported at camp. He's been around the team. And now that Robinson has a deal, Gibbs is expected to get a similar one.
Look, I'm anxious to get Gibbs back out there. Every day that goes by, you know, that's another day that you feel like you miss with him, and getting him out there with the guys and him being doing his part. So, but there again, man, it'll get done when it gets done.
And hopefully sooner than later, because he's the most important player on that team right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Jack.
All right, a look at your forecast with Blake when we come back.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Storm Team 8 with meteorologist Blake Harms.
We're going to get you back to election coverage, but wanted to take a look at the forecast as we are tracking the chance for some scattered rain showers as we head into your Wednesday. Here's a live look over Grand Rapids tonight, where we're still under mostly clear skies. Satellite radar shows the thick cloud cover is still across the lake, and that's the closest any rain showers are as well. We are tracking this system that is moving its way in our direction and will be providing us with the chance for some scattered rain showers as we head through our Wednesday at different times depending on where you are. The latest trends, as I've been looking at the forecast models tonight, shows fewer morning showers for us. Mainly widely scattered showers in the afternoon. More widespread activity may move in late in the evening and overnight. So bottom line is that much of the day may end up being dry. If you find yourself under a shower during the daylight hours tomorrow, it's likely to be brief, and I'll show you what I mean here. We'll see the clouds begin to filter in. A few scattered showers are possible overnight, so if you sleep with the windows open, you may encounter a brief shower, but unlikely to be anything terribly heavy or persistent. Then as we head into tomorrow morning, we'll focus likely our efforts for the best rain chances north of I-96. Into the afternoon, widely scattered showers remain possible area-wide, and then into the evening, especially after sunset, that looks like we may see our best chances for rain area-wide, and it could be occasionally heavy. So a bit of a tricky forecast for tomorrow. It's been shifting around a bit, but that's kind of how I expect tomorrow to unfold, at least as of right now. Several models agree with a similar thinking to this one, so that lends to a bit more confidence than usual. And then a few scattered rain showers are possible during the day Thursday. Now, as we head through the day tomorrow, best chances for that heavier rain is most likely to be along and north of 96, but most areas will see less than a half inch. A few communities could see more, and a few very lucky folks may end up seeing an inch or more under those heaviest downpours. Lows overnight will fall into the low to mid 60s. Highs will warm to the low to mid 80s. With the exception of the lakeshore and areas further north, which may be impacted by that rain earlier in the day. They'll be in the 70s. The other big piece of this is the humidity, which will be on the climb here. Already is starting to rise overnight, and then will be in the upper 60s to near 70, which is in that very humid category, and you'll be feeling it here over the next few days. Thankfully, temperatures are going to remain in check, which means that the heat index won't get out of control. So again, we're tracking highs in the low to mid 80s for tomorrow, 80 for Thursday. Low chance of a few isolated showers tomorrow. I think the best chance will come Wednesday, and especially late tomorrow night into the very early morning hours of your Thursday. We're continuing to track low-end rain chances later in the 8-day forecast, especially through the end of the week. Only a 20% chance, but it is still there. I think our next best chance for perhaps some more widespread activity will come Monday, but it's still 6 days out, so a little too early to talk specifics there. Your 8-day forecast is high temperatures in the 80s throughout the foreseeable future before we drop down to the upper 70s by the middle of next week. But when it's not raining, we'll see sunshine, and so bottom line, we'll be dodging some rain showers tomorrow, and then the chances through the rest of the week look pretty light. Pretty typical summer-like forecast for us here into the second full weekend of August.
Yeah, looks like it. All right, Blake, thank you.
Well, Newsday's political reporter Rick Albin has been watching a lot of state house races this evening for us. He joins us now in the studio to break down some of the latest results. What you got, Rick?
Yeah, we're looking at the open seats again. There are 110 races for the state house that will take place in November. Many of the incumbents will be reelected. That's just the nature of the beast. But there are some open seats where some of those incumbents are moving on to other things. Let's go to this first one. And this is the District 41. This is in Kalamazoo County. This is where Jessica Swartz and Jen Stubbs are heading up. 5743. This is the seat left open by Julie Rogers, who's running for a Senate seat that's being left open by Sean McCann, who is term limited and running for Congress. Keep all the players straight. All right, let's move to the next one. We're in our 70s now here, the 78th District, and this one has been called 78th District is Ionia County. This is the old seat of Gina Johnson, a Republican House member who is running for a Republican Senate seat in the 33rd District. Brandon Strong has been declared the winner with 50% of the vote, nearest competitor 27%. We move on. There are all of these House races we'd like to get to. Chris Petchla has been declared the winner. This is in the Kent County District, 39%. This one was vacated. I believe this is the one that was vacated by Phil Skaggs, who was also a state rep who was running for state Senate. And we've got a couple more. This is the 70 or the 82nd. We talked about this earlier, where Christian Grant and Robert Womack had a rematch, and Grant won that 74-26. And we have just a couple more to pick up. This is the 84th District. I'm going to track that one down really quickly. The 84th District, This is the Carol Glanville district, I believe. Yes, it is. She, too, is leaving the House. She will be running, and she won her primary tonight. She'll be running for the state Senate against Republican Senator Mark Huizenga. And we've got two more if we have time to get them in. Joe Moss is leading out in Ottawa County 57-43. That is a seat Luke Meerman, sitting House member, stepped away from to do other pursuits. He's not running for another office. And then finally in the 90th district, this is where Brian Postumus also served his 3 terms as he said he would, and he didn't run again. And in this one, there are multiple candidates, but right now with 48% in, Lynn Affendulis, who is a former state representative, is leading 46-34. Of course, these aren't finished. A lot of more votes to come in. Oh, we've got one more. This 101st. This is Joseph Fox, also a state representative. He is running for a state Senate seat, a wide open field. And right now they're pretty close, 25, 26, 28. And 87% of the vote in. Jackson Dewar on top, but that's still anybody's race, it looks like. Okay, guys, back to you.
All right. Yeah, Rick, a lot of, again, some surprises out in some of those races for the State House and Senate. Rick, thank you for the update there. The millage to fund the Sparta Township Library was passed by voters tonight. This despite the fact the ballot was missing a critical word.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier this week. The proposal was intended to ask voters to approve a 10-year library millage not to exceed 0.23 mils. But the word "not" was omitted, something no one noticed until it was too late. That means the millage rate could be, in theory, any figure. The measure passed by only about 39 votes.
I remember some of the communities there telling voters, don't vote for that because we don't know what will happen with this, but it didn't pass. All right, still to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have a lot more when we come back. Now to the U.S. Senate race for the Democrats, and we have crews and watch parties being held by both candidates.
News 8's Duncan McLean joining us live from Detroit, where the El Sayed team is. His supporters are still out there tonight, just before midnight, waiting and watching closely, Duncan.
Brian, Amber, the timing is starting to become an issue here. Nobody has really left this building, or if they have, it's been refilled by more supporters coming in. The room is still full, the music's still on, it's still a jubilant atmosphere, especially since El Sayed has taken a 30,000 vote lead for the first time we've seen tonight. We have not seen a margin that wide all evening. It does, though, only amount to about 3 percentage points, and there's about 60% of the Michigan vote turned in so far, according to AP results that we're following and everybody else is following here inside the building. The interesting timing part is the campaign told us just a couple of minutes ago they only have this room rented until 12:30. They're working to extend that as this race shapes up to be a long one, but that's what's going on behind the scenes here. We also asked them if Abdul El Sayed is planning to speak to the people here before the official end of this party at 12:30. They said they're not sure of his schedule because they are trying to extend our stay here at the Majestic Theater on Woodward here in downtown Detroit. Other than that, it's still a lot of hope, especially considering that most recent batch of numbers here. People in the crowd saying that absentee versus tabulated voting may have played a role in that real tightening of the race that we saw about 90 minutes ago. That's hard to say from here in the room. We'll continue to watch the results and the clock as this party starts to wind down as the race continues to heat up. Live from Detroit, Duncan McLean, News 8.
Okay. Yeah, there's some good inside baseball for you there.
Yeah.
They thought they'd be done by
I know.
12:30. We may go longer than that. Congresswoman Haley Stevens also holding her watch party in Detroit.
News 8's Josh Sanchez joining us live. And Josh, what's it like out there? Not as many people behind you from earlier.
You know, it's the same feeling that Duncan is seeing over there in that camp. We're also seeing here in the Stevens camp as well. That burst of energy that I saw about, again, that hour to 90 minutes ago when the margin started to tighten between these two candidates, that energy has started to wither down a little bit more since we last spoke. Behind me, this ballroom that since opened up between the party room and the ballroom here where the media is, that the group out here has started to wither down even more. When I walked into the party and viewing room area on the other side of this wall here, a much more quieter tone, much more people just sitting around the bar area, keeping an eye on the TV screens there. So it's, again, that nail-biting energy to see where things go. Again, one conversation that I've been having over and over again with some of the people that I've spoken with within the last hour is keeping an eye on those eastern Michigan, those larger eastern Michigan counties and where those votes are. Just as Duncan mentioned, those absentee ballots are starting to get counted now, and that is starting to change the dynamic of the race right now, and that is something that I've heard from multiple people that I've spoken with within the last hour. You know, one gentleman also told me that one thing he would like to see as well is see Stevens come out here and talk to the crowd. Even though the margins are pretty close right now, he said it would be great to hear from Stevens just to continue that momentum, that energy for the crowd here. So it's definitely something that everyone is keeping a close eye on. Again, we have monitors outside in the party room out here where the media is posted up, and we are all keeping an eye to see where this tight margin goes as these absentee ballots and other precincts start to get tallied up. So it's definitely going to be a long haul as we go into Wednesday. So we'll have to see where things go. In Detroit, Josh Sanchez, News 8.
All right, Josh, have great insight there, too, as the campaigns behind the scenes here are starting to tabulate, do their own tabulations of where are these votes coming from, what votes are still out there to be tabulated, and in what form are those? Are they the absentee ballots? Are they in-person voting? So a lot still being sorted out there behind the scenes. Of course, national interest in the Senate race. Many say the outcome could dictate what the future of the Democratic Party looks like in Michigan and nationally.
Political reporter Rick Albin joining us again. Rick, what's the latest numbers?
Well, I can tell you about the numbers, but I got to tell you about something that happened today. I heard from a very high-ranking person who's involved in one of these campaigns, and they were already making some plans moving into tomorrow. So there has been some indication that there is some optimism out there. Can't go into any details, but what I'm telling you is when I got that call, it made me think the race might be closer than I thought it was. Well, there you go. We're about 29,000 votes, 2.3% difference in the overall percentages. But let's see what that really looks like. Let's open this up a little bit. If you go to this, where all of the color is, all of the pink is Abdul, all of the green is Dr. El-Sayed, all of the green is Haley Stevens. How many of these votes are already been counted? This is 49% of the vote in Wayne County. Stevens has done pretty well there, doesn't have a big lead, but they still have 51% that have not yet been counted or recorded. How about here in Oakland County, where Stevens has got a 17,000, something like that, lead, and they have almost all of their votes counted. Down here, if you go into Wayne County, where again, Stevens is doing well, they have 49%. Over here in Washtenaw County, they've got 78% counted. This is the El-Sayed country there, and it extends on down here, but they're only 43% of those votes. Over in Kent County, that is El-Sayed territory. He's got a 20,000 vote lead right there. That's the difference in the race, Kent County, right now. But the point is that many of these places do not have all of their votes. 93, that's close. 44, not close. 99 is good. 36 in Calhoun County. They don't have tons of votes, but remember, we're looking at a 20, 30,000 vote margin, and that could be made up in a lot of different places or bits and pieces in a lot of different places. Now, the question is timing. Duncan was talking about it because of the room. One of the other questions is, how long can they continue to count as we go into the night? They're volunteers, they're workers, they're people who have been there since before 8 o'clock this morning, before 7 o'clock when the polls open. So the question is, some of these counties, particularly if they're getting behind, they may say, you know what, we're going to wait and start over in the morning. That's the kind of thing that always creates concern, because people in a vacuum will start to worry about the worst. But the fact of the matter is, they're making pretty good progress now, and we are still just after midnight. I think we probably have, and I'm just guessing, maybe another hour of tabulations to come in, but that's something we'll keep an eye on.
Yeah, the physical manifestation of hauling all those votes in, counting them, that's playing itself out for sure.
It's time
tonight
for
in
sure.
Michigan. We continue to wait until the U.S. Senate results are called, but it has been a busy election night. And we're getting reaction on some of those results from the candidates.
In the governor's race on the Democratic side, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson will go up against Republican Congressman John James in November. Benson addressed her win earlier tonight. Let's take a listen.
Thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state. Tonight, the general election begins. Tonight marks our opportunity to grow our coalition to include citizens in every corner of our state who believe, as we do, that the power of the people must always be greater than the people in power. My life's work is about making that promise, that hope, a reality. I carry that hope with me every day as the daughter of public school teachers, the wife of a combat veteran, as the mom of a 10-year-old little boy whose future will be shaped by what we do now, together. Because that is the question facing voters this fall, my friends. Who do you want Michigan's leaders to work for? The people or the powerful? Well, you all know who I work for. I will work for all of you and every Michigander in this state. Not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump, you. So I'm here tonight asking you to work with me to build a
government together whose leaders work for the people. A government that saves us time, saves us money, and makes our life easier. A government led by a trifecta of state leaders who are committed to working together to make Michigan a place where anyone can afford to live and thrive. Where childcare is affordable for all, where homes are easily built so that teachers and nurses and farmers can afford to live in the communities where they work, where every Michigander has access to quality health care and water that is safe to drink and air that is clean to breathe and a public education system that prepares our children for the jobs of the future. As the next governor of Michigan, I will work with you to drive down costs while expanding our economy. And yes, I will work with anyone to get that done. But I will also be ready to stand up to anyone, no matter how wealthy or powerful, who gets in our way. I've done that as Secretary of State, and I'm ready to do it as governor. I love this state, and I know when I talk to the single mom in Muskegon who has to decide, Mayor Mohammed, who has to decide whether to eat or pay rent, or when I sit down with seniors in Warren who are anxious about paying for medicine on a fixed income, I know we must do right by them. Just the other day, I sat down with a new mom and dad right here in Detroit, and I held their newborn little girl in my arms. And I listened as they talked to me about how they don't want their child to grow up in poverty. And as a mom, I can't stop thinking about that conversation, about how every decision we make now will shape the world that their little girl and my little boy and all of our children will grow up in. And in the eyes of that little girl's mom and dad, I saw two people who simply wanted what every parent wants, a chance for their child to grow up healthy, happy, and safe. To live in a state where she can get a world-class public education, afford to see a doctor when she needs one, get reproductive care because it is her right, build a career she loves, and live in a home that she can afford and not have to work 5 jobs in order to do it all. Right? It is our job to deliver that for her and for every person in this state. That's what it means to have leaders, a governor who works for the people. I will work for the veteran who deserves access to the health care they earned. The teachers who dedicate their lives to preparing our children for the future and who deserve pay and more respect. For the children whose futures depend on the work that we do today. Our campaign is about them and all of you. Costs down, wages up, rights protected, end corruption, and build a government that works for all of us. And again, you all know I'll work with anyone and everyone to get that done, but I'm also unafraid to stand up to anyone who gets in our way. And this moment demands leaders who will stand up with courage, unafraid to bullies. And boy, boy do I know how to do that. Like when Donald Trump tried to pressure me into turning over your private voting information, I said no, and I'll see you in court. And I won. I want you to know that even if it means sheltering in my home, protecting my son, while people with guns protest on my front lawn, I am not afraid to stand up to anyone who would try to take away your rights and freedoms. And that, again, will be the choice facing Michigan's voters this fall. Who does your governor work for? What does she stand for? And who does she fight for? The Republicans have already shown us their vision for Michigan. It's a vision that would raise healthcare costs instead of lowering them. A vision that would allow housing costs to climb instead of fighting to bring them down. and a party whose leaders stood with Donald Trump when he tried to overturn a free and fair election and instead of standing with the people of Michigan. That is not the future that Michigan wants or needs. And together, we're going to reject it this November. Because the bottom line to me is this: Michigan deserves a governor who answers to the people, not corporations, not to the DeVos family, and not to Donald Trump. And my friends, I'll just say, Michiganders voted in this primary, which, by the way, is on track to be one of the highest turnout primary elections in state history. They voted in this primary because they are asking us to fight for them, to stand up for them, to fix what is broken for them. And I am committed as the next governor of Michigan to make sure we deliver. But I cannot do it alone. I need your help to get this done. I'm asking you tonight to knock those doors, make those calls, talk to your neighbors, leave here tonight ready to remind people what is at stake and what is possible when we come together. Let's take tonight's landslide victory and let's deliver another one this fall. I'm going to ask you tonight, as the eyes of the nation are on Michigan, right? I'm asking you to show the nation who we are, what we stand for, and who we are fighting for. So I'm going to ask you, like I asked you in 2018, like I asked you in 2022, are you ready to work for democracy? Are you ready to fight for democracy? Are you ready to vote for democracy? Well, let's get it done and let's go in. Thank you, guys.
And that was Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson addressing her supporters earlier tonight. Again, Benson will be up against John James in November. In his victory speech, James says that he's ready for the challenge. Take a listen.
Well, thank you, Michigan. First, thank you. Thank you. And always, I want to thank Almighty God for every blessing in my life, for each opportunity, and for each one of you. Everything that we have comes from him. I also want to thank my incredible wife, Liz, and our 3 amazing boys. They are the reason why I fight so hard for Michigan's future. Thank you for your sacrifices. I love you. And I also want to thank President Trump for his endorsement, his friendship, and his steadfast belief in the American people. And to every volunteer and supporter who poured your time, energy, and prayers into this cause, this victory belongs to you. The primary is over. Now we come together. One team, one fight, one mission to save Michigan. To those who supported me, thank you. And for those who did not, I'm going to work every single day to earn your trust. And to every Michigander who feels politically homeless, who loves this state, works hard, and believes in common sense and wonders whether anyone in government still sees you, I see you. I'm for you. And there's a place for you in this campaign. Tonight marks the beginning of Michigan's comeback. But we have to be honest about where we are. Michigan's families are paying some of the highest gasoline prices in the Midwest. Our unemployment rate's among the highest in America. Our children are falling behind. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and too many of our young people are leaving to find opportunities somewhere else. But don't worry. Benson and the Democrats will just blame Trump because they think you'll fall for it. But we're smarter than that. Here's the truth. The president's occupied the White House for less than half the time that Benson's held power in Lansing. For nearly 8 years, Jocelyn Benson's been a part of the Michigan Democratic leadership. For 2 full years under President Biden, Democrats had a trifecta in Lansing. They had the power. They passed their agenda. Now they're spending roughly $20 billion more than Michigan spent at the height of COVID. Our state budget's nearly 50% larger than it was under Governor Snyder. Does your child's school feel 50% better? How about your health care? How about your damn roads? Michigan now ranks 46th out of 50 states overall. 46th. That's 11 spots worse than California. We rank 45th in education, 43rd in our economy, 42nd in our infrastructure. Our fourth graders rank 44th in reading. 45 states are doing better than Michigan, and every one of them has the same president we do. Jocelyn Benson promises a new direction, but she has been a part of the leadership that got us lost in the first place. Now she's teaming up with Abdul El Sayed, the Midwest Mamdani, to impose a socialist agenda. That's never worked anywhere it's been tried. Look, Michigan does not lack talent. We do not lack resources, but Michigan lacks proven, tested leadership where it matters the most. I've spent my life answering the call. I'm a veteran. After September 11th, I served our nation in combat and learned to bring people together from different backgrounds to accomplish tough missions. After the recession, I worked with my father and my brother, and we helped grow jobs in Detroit when families needed work and dignity and hope. I'm a congressman. I helped cut taxes, secure our border, end vehicle mandates, save Selfridge, and protect Medicaid for vulnerable people. Now I'm answering the call to come home. Michigan is on fire. I've always run toward the fire. This November, the choice will be clear. We offer freedom, they offer socialism. We offer change, they offer continued decline. We offer common sense, they offer crazy. But we should never underestimate how pain and desperation make false promises sound like hope. That doesn't make socialism compassionate or workable or even viable. It is none of those things. It means we must listen to people failed by the status quo and answer their pain with solutions that actually work. They don't want bureaucrats controlling their lives. They want groceries they can afford, homes they can buy, schools that will teach their children to read. They want safe streets, reliable electricity, decent health care, and a job that pays enough to raise a family on a single income. Our fellow Michiganders just want the pain to stop. But socialism will not stop that pain. It will deepen that pain. It will spread that pain, and eventually will make that pain permanent. We cannot merely condemn socialism. We must expose it for the lie it is and show Michigan a better way. We must prove that freedom works, free enterprise works, lower taxes work, enforcing the law works, phonics works, strong families, faith, and freedom works. We will cut taxes, lower your energy bills. We're going to cut taxes. We're going to lower your energy bills. We're going to protect Medicaid for those who need it while stopping fraud and abuse for those who would steal from it. Yes. We're going to restore excellence and accountability and parental rights to our schools. We will support law enforcement, protect victims, and keep violent criminals off our streets. We're going to rebuild our roads and our bridges and our water systems and our electric grid with transparency and accountability. And we're going to make Michigan a state where our children can build their futures, not one they feel forced to leave. I know the American dream works because my family lived it. The son of a slave became a sharecropper. The son of a sharecropper became a mason. The son of a mason became a truck driver. And that son of a truck driver stands before you here tonight, the nominee from the party of Abraham Lincoln, 90 days away from becoming Michigan's first black governor. All glory and all praise and all honor to God. I am just a servant. I am here to submit to the Lord and serve all of his people, all 10 million of us. I'm not standing here because of socialism. I'm standing here by the grace of God and through the sacrifices of my family and because the American dream is real. To my children, to my nieces and nephews, and to all of yours out there, you were created in the image of God and built for a purpose. You are not victims of history. You are the founders of the future. Freedom, not socialism, is your birthright. Michigan is made for more, and so are you. So tonight, I ask every Michigander, Republican, Democrat, Independent, none of the above, I don't care. Join us. Join us. If you want your children and your grandchildren to build their futures here, join us. If you want your children to stay in Michigan and not necessarily in your basement, your movement is with us. This is bigger than any one party. We are all Michiganders, and we're all one nation under God. This future is about our home. And I'm here to tell you, hope is on the horizon. Help is on the way. And the best is yet to come. So with that, may the Lord bless and keep each and every single one of you. May God bless the great state of Michigan, and God bless the United States of America. Good night. Thank you so much.
An energized crowd there tonight as John James addressed his supporters. And we heard earlier from businessman Perry Johnson, who was running against James for the GOP bid. Here's what he had to say about his campaign.
Wow. I will tell you, I have the greatest team on the planet, and I have such amazing supporters. It is so fantastic. I can't tell you how happy I am. And really, to be part of this movement is amazing. Because for the first time, I think ever, we have united all the conservatives in one group. And you see them. And obviously, it's not a cinch to go against the establishment. And, you know, but I think there's a great deal of real sound support for the mega audit and stopping the fraud and waste in our government. Amen. And, you know, I have such an amazing team. I don't even think you could comprehend how hard they worked and the amount of effort that went into this, because it's overwhelming. Now, we have results in from primarily absentee ballots. We have some, although very limited, results of today in the polling. It's not going the way that we had hoped. We don't know exactly because we don't have everything in. It is a limited sample. But I will tell you that this mega movement is just getting started. We have to recognize it's very, very hard to break down not a brick wall, but a steel wall, which is what we have. That's right. And you have this system that is, in a funny way, one of the nuttiest systems ever, if you think about it, because we end up having all this waste, and then you have the lobbyists out there paying for their people to vote their way, and you have all of these things going on that we know aren't helping Michigan at all. It's a sin. Right. But you know what? What's amazing is that we have made so much progress in such a short period of time. because never before did we have a band of conservatives unite, totally unite. And it's an astounding effort. And it is really because of them and because of your support that we have made such amazing headways. But I will tell you right now that I am so proud of my people, and I want to thank everyone here. I particularly want to thank my wife. You have to realize it takes an awful lot on her part to put up with what she's put up over the period of the last 6 months. The sleepless night she had. And in politics, you have to realize that everybody isn't your friend. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Almost half the people are going to hate you. So it is a very funny arrangement, but our forefathers had to fight very hard. They fought for something they believed in. They had to fight against tyranny. They had to fight against taxation without representation. They had to fight about the very ideals that form the foundation of this country. And that is something certainly worth fighting for. As you know, we all believe in freedom, and the moment that that starts being taken away, it's a problem. So we are always going to remember that freedom is a model that is the foundation of our country and our forefathers, and it will always be a model in this movement.
Amen.
We are going to think very, very fondly of the fact that we have these wonderful children, and we want our children to have great lives. So it is imperative that we realize that we cannot allow the moral decay of our kids.
That's right.
It's very important that you realize that we have to have our kids with a very good, solid foundation so that they can have a great future. These are the things that are very important to our state. But above all, as a group, we want to have a better Michigan. A Michigan where people can raise a family and live a good life. A Michigan where they have the money to be able to afford this life. And that is not the Michigan that we've been having over the last number of years. We are going to change that, and we are going to prevent all the waste that is going on because we're going to have the mega audit. We will continue to push for it. We will fight for it. And I like to think of this as the mega movement. And we're going to keep this mega movement going. So in the meantime, I have to wait for the votes to come in because we have hardly any of the voting today in at all. And we don't even have the votes in for all of the absentee ballots. And that we may be halfway there. So
Audit the election department. There you go.
Speaking of that, it's amazing what Michigan does, though. They come up with some of the nuttiest things. I think we're the only state in the union where you have a ballot and you have both the Democrats and the Republicans on the ballot. And you have a situation where so often the people are voting and they vote for one in one party, one in another, and the ballot's voided. I mean, it's nutty. No, who dreams this up? I don't know. But, you know, we are the only state in the union that I believe has this. So when we look at this kind of thing, we are going to do something to know and correct the problems. But here's one thing to keep in mind. We have band together. We have band together as a group of brothers, or maybe we'll say brothers and sisters. And we band together as a team. There has never been a team that has fought harder than this team.
Amen.
I doubt that in the history of elections that you fought anybody that worked harder than this team. But the work has not stopped. It's going to go on.
That's right.
Because one way or another, we are going to make sure that we make Michigan the greatest state in the union again.
Okay, so that was a recap of all of the winners and losers in tonight's races as they came out and delivered their speeches. Of course, we've got crews at watch parties for Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed.
And we're still watching this close tonight. News 8's Duncan McLean joining us live from Detroit. He's still inside the building. Your earlier live report, you said they had that room reserved until 12:30. So what's the update there, Duncan?
Brian, Amber, I have good news. Our watch party has been extended here at the Majestic Theater in downtown Detroit, at least until 1 o'clock. That's when we expect to hear from Abdul El-Sayed. His campaign coming out on the stage a couple of minutes ago and telling us you'll hear from him around then, unless the race is called before then. And there is a little optimism in the room right now with a margin now over 35,000 votes. It continues to just climb little by little as more and more results and votes come in. I did speak to one of the sound technicians that's running all this complicated equipment to have all of these dozens of news organizations still live here in this building. He said they can only stay till 2, according to them. So it's a tight margin between what the campaign hopes to make it to and what the staff here at this venue are allowed to do. So that's the timeline that we're looking at as optimism continues to build. Nobody has left this building, or at least, like I said last time, they keep finding new people to come in if people are leaving. I did, on my last lap, catch up with one of the very first voters that we spoke to even before the doors opened this evening. She's still here, she's still optimistic, and she still really is pulling for her candidate. Says she's sticking it out until something is called. Our coverage will continue in some capacity. We'll continue after results here on Daybreak in the morning. If and when these races are called quite late, the margin continues to expand here and optimism builds at the El-Sayed camp. Back to you guys.
Yeah.
So they extended their time.
Yeah, they
can
did.
stay in the room until 1
And his
o'clock.
supporters are staying. He said none of them have left, so they're committed.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, in the meantime, she's holding her watch party in Detroit.
News 8's Josh Sanchez joining us live there. Josh, I'm seeing a lot of people now behind you. What's going on?
Yeah, right now we're waiting in anticipation of Congresswoman Stevens coming out here to address the crowd. You know, in the last hour, one of the things that I've heard from some of the people that I was talking to out here in the ballroom as well as over in the party area was they were interested in hearing from Stevens. Even though that this was still a tight, too close to call race, they still wanted to hear from Stevens to come out here, you know, to rally the troops as we wait to see where things would go for some of these larger counties here in Michigan. And now it seems like that is the dynamic we're finally getting into, where we are waiting to see Stevens in the next couple of minutes here. You know, just to recap the night, again, there was just a muted anticipation earlier in the night during that early lead away from Stevens. And soon around 10:30, things started to energize again when that margin started to get close between the two candidates. But shortly after that, things started to taper again as we entered into this midnight hour here. And so again, there's still there's a mix of anticipation, of nail-biting anticipation, as well as just exhaustion out here from the party. You know, last time that I went into the bar area here, you know, a lot of folks were around the couches and seating area, just looking at their phones, looking at the screens, you know, just waiting to see where things would go, to see if there was going to be any announcement of Stevens coming out here to speak. So again, right now we're still waiting to hear from Stevens. The crowd came out here within the last 10 minutes, I would say. They did a quick sound test. They checked camera quality, make sure everyone was good to go. And so we're expecting to hear from Stevens here shortly. So from Detroit, Josh Sanchez, News 8.
All right, Josh, we'll wait for that speech from her maybe within the next 20 minutes or so. Just taking a look at these results now. Almost 70% of the votes in that race have been counted. 69% of the votes are in. Abdul El-Sayed has a roughly 3 percentage point lead over Haley Stevens. And the current best estimate, this race is leaning toward him, but it's certainly a lot closer than the pre-election polling would indicate.
Yeah, I was going to ask Rick about that. I mean, we knew it was going to be a close race, but did you expect it, Rick, to be this close?
Well, we got numbers last week that showed that El-Sayed might be 14 points ahead. There's a margin of error to figure in and all of that. And when I saw those numbers, I was like, that didn't feel right from what you were seeing on the ground. Well, I think we found out tonight that it was quite a bit closer than there. But there are a couple of factors in play that I want to talk about quickly. Here's the difference. You got about 3,700 votes, 37,000 votes separating them. That margin is about 3.4%. It's been hovering in there, but Stevens hasn't made up any ground. So the question is, are there enough votes? Well, yeah, the answer is there are enough votes, but at some point you have to realize not all those votes are going to fall to one voter, to one candidate. And as those votes get spread, that percentage doesn't seem to change. For example, if you go right now into Oakland County, they're 93% done. But in Wayne County, they're only 53% done. Well, sure, she has a pretty good lead. So are there 20,000 more votes that she could get out of Wayne County? Maybe, but you're not going to split them all to one candidate. As you go across the state, you see some of these candidates. Jackson County, they're not going to have a ton of votes, but there's only 14% that have been counted. So there are votes to be had there, even though there's not a big separation between the two. And you look at some of these counties, Berry County's done essentially at 99%, but Allegan County at 36%, but how many Democratic voters are you gonna have there? So, I mean, you've got this possibility. This race could still go either way. But the thing that keeps kind of haunting me about this, trying to read the tea leaves, as you will, is this trend line hasn't changed. This has been going up. The percentages have been staying about the same, but now we're getting into more and more votes that Haley Stevens has to find on that map in order to make up that gap. And she's starting to run out of votes. They're there now, but it won't be long when these tallies start coming in, and it will become mathematically unlikely until it becomes mathematically impossible, unless there's a big reservoir of votes that haven't been counted yet, that's in a good precinct or a good part of a county for her. That is always possible. Same is true for El-Sayed. So we're at this point in the night, it's 12:37. They've gotten 71% of the votes counted. So 29% are out there. The possibility exists for either one of these candidates. And I think it sounds as if we may be hearing from them, but I'm not sure that we know what they're going to say. Frankly, I'm not sure they know what they're going to say because they've got people counting votes too, and I don't know what they're finding out there. So this is one of those we'll just have to hang and watch, and hopefully sometime in the next little while, we'll get an indication. But it's tough too for the AP because it's that close, and they know how many votes are left out there.
No.
And it's hard to gauge if you don't have the kind of exit polling that makes you confident as a group. You're not going to call that race until you see the numbers.
Rick, one of the numbers that I keep taking a peek at are the votes for Mallory McMorrow.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier.
9% of the vote, which is the exact difference between El-Sayed and Haley Stevens.
Yeah, and this is interesting because McMorrow got out of the race. She was looking at the numbers herself, and she got out of the race. Well, she got out of the race at a time that it was too late to take her name off the ballot. And so people may have already voted for her, right, in early voting. And she gets to about almost 4%, which would be the difference right now in that race. People they did have time to go spoil their ballot, even if it was an absentee ballot. But it's a process. And I don't get a sense that people are maybe really familiar with that process, or maybe people aren't invested enough to go do that. So I don't know if these were people who voted early and didn't bother, to go spoil their ballot and get another one, or, and this is a possibility, people that voted after the fact and didn't want to vote for El-Sayed or for Stevens and voted for Mallory McMorrow since she was on the ballot. I mean, if you look over at the Republicans, you see quite a few votes there for Mike Cox, too. So it had an impact on it. It could have been changed. I wonder if there'll be conversation as we go forward about maybe having some other more automatic way of spoiling your ballot if you vote for a candidate who has ceased to be in the competition. But we'll see.
Yeah, again, that's why we're here. We're still waiting with you, and we're expected to hear from Haley Stevens any moment now.
That's right.
It'll be interesting to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Rick, thank you.
You bet.
Dr. El-Sayed said that he would like to keep money out of politics, and earlier in the week he spoke with Rick ahead of tonight's election. Here's a little of that interview.
I talked with Senator Sanders earlier in the week, and he was talking about, of course, the very same things that you are about keeping money out of politics. But it takes a lot of money to run for an office like this. I don't need to tell you, you've been doing this statewide. How do you make all of that work if you take the money that you have said repeatedly you don't want in the system? It's still going to cost a lot of money to run for a U.S. Senate seat.
But it really shouldn't, right? Because too much of the money that we spend is in trying to put 30-second ads up on TV. And, you know, this campaign season, I think has illustrated everything that's wrong with the way that money is spent in politics. $70 million, when all this is said and done, spent against me by the likes of AIPAC, who wants to send our tax dollars abroad to drop bombs on other people rather than keep them here, by the likes of big tech, big pharma, DTE, Blue Cross. It should not be possible to buy a U.S. Senate seat, and yet we're watching the attempted purchase of one right now. I would much rather a world where there is no outside spending. And I'd much rather a world, frankly, where, you know, we had debates like the one that we got to share and people got to make their decisions then. Or people came to your communities, knocked on your doors, talked about what they want in their politics. But right now, what you've got is 30-second ad bonanzas that are the cynical side of politics that nobody really wants to see. And when I say I want to get money out of politics, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
And as we previously said, the race between Stevens and El-Sayed is drawing eyes from all over the country. And Stevens spoke to Rick about her plans if she wins the Senate seat. Let's listen into that.
Tell me what you're feeling right now as you look at this race, knowing the kind of competition that is strong.
Sure. Look, I am nothing but grateful. I have just had the best week being out in Michigan, being with Governor Whitmer, who has joined my team, getting this message out about how to lower costs, how to stand up for Michigan's economy in the United States Senate, and to push back on some of the abuses of power. You know, I have run a really consistent, exciting race that has brought so many amazing people into the fold. You know, here I'm in West Michigan today. I'm so proud to be working with Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, a true leader, you know, someone who's tough, who knows how to win hard races, just like Governor Whitmer. And that's what's coming to you next Tuesday is, you know, we're going to get our Democratic nominee. And that's, I think, the other thing that is just so clear here is that I'm in the best position to beat Mike Rogers and be the bold, courageous, exciting leader for our state that we deserve in the United States Senate.
That was Haley Stevens on the campaign trail with Rick earlier in the week. So results by county here. I think this is interesting as well in this particular race. In Oakland County, Stevens up by +6. In Wayne, she's up +8. In Kent County, El-Sayed up +26. In Ottawa County, Abdul El-Sayed is up +15. The west side of the state seems to be leaning his way. She fortified her hold in Oakland and Wayne counties in the big Metro Detroit area. Is this a west-east side kind of battle shaping?
Well, it's important to know that he did win in 2018 in Grand Rapids,
Right, as Rick pointed out earlier. Let's go back over to Rick as we continue to wait to hear from either one of these candidates at this point in time. Rick, what do you make of that, those county-by-county breakdowns and where some of these votes are falling?
You know, I think it's interesting when you start looking at a place like Wayne County that I would have told you this morning was going to be a good stronghold for El-Sayed. He worked there. He was a medical director. And this isn't a huge change, but I mean, obviously Stevens did very well there, and she also did well in part of the area that she served as a member of Congress, which you would expect. I do think when you look at Grand Rapids and when you look at Ottawa County, I think you're looking at that group of voters who is really looking for a fundamental change. People that El Sayed was able to appeal to by saying, look, the Democrats are wrong, Republicans are wrong, we need to get money out of politics. Those are very attractive to folks out there that are frustrated, feel disenfranchised, don't like the way the system's treating them. And in an economic environment like this, I think that's a message that resonates with some people. But I go back to 2018 when El Sayed did win the city of Grand Rapids against Gretchen Whitmer, who was a much more established, known quantity, but he still won Grand Rapids, came very close in Kent County. And then 2 years before that, when Bernie Sanders beat Hillary Clinton in the state, it's clear to me that there are a group of people when you're getting in these, and this is not a low turnout election, it is a primary, but when you have a lower turnout election, you've got enough of those like-minded people who go out to the polls and they make a difference. Now, when Bernie Sanders beat Hillary Clinton, it was by that much, but that much is still a win. And as we look at this tonight, this may be a pretty tight race when it's all said and done. I think we're up to about 3,600, 36,000. I've said that twice now. 36,000, but the percentage remains about the same. Again, it gets harder and harder as we go into the night to find 36,000 extra votes, because obviously El Sayed is going to continue to get votes. So Stephen's got to find 36,000 extra votes. That's getting harder to do by the moment. And we think we're going to hear from one or both of these candidates pretty soon. And the question is, what do they say? We're going to stand and fight. We've looked at the numbers and we don't think we can win, or we've looked at the numbers and we think we can win. And we're going to just keep on doing this. I mean, at this moment, I have no idea. One of the things that, and I think people understand this, I'll explain it quickly. They have teams of people that do all kinds of exit polling that keep an eye on the numbers and precinct by precinct by precinct. So they may, either side may be looking at 2 precincts in Wayne County and say, we think we can pick up votes in there when they get those counted. They don't know for sure because they haven't been tabulated, but they know voters and they know who they made contact with. So it's pretty sophisticated when it comes to looking at this map and trying to figure out from a campaign standpoint, because they spend a lot of time and a lot of money knowing where their voters are, who their voters are, when they're going to vote, if they voted. If they didn't vote, they're going to get them out to vote. And that's what they've been doing in the last few days. So, I mean, I think that both of these campaigns at this moment have a pretty good idea what's going to happen with this race. Question is, are they going to tell us in a few minutes?
Yeah. Rick, you brought up the governor.
Yeah.
Polling on her favorability in the state plummeted.
Yes.
What do you make of that?
Well, I don't know because I haven't done any polling on the polling. I mean, we just know that it dropped. But I think there are a couple of things that happened, and I think one of them is this. At about a 90, maybe 85% basis, many mainstream Democrats do not approve of Donald Trump. What has the governor done in the past few months? She's gone to the White House twice and met Donald Trump at Selfridge Air Force Base. Now, what she was doing was trying to get a new mission for the Air Force Base, which, by the way, she did. But, and it's my supposition, but I think there are Democrats that would be included in those polls that are like, wait a minute, you're that woman from Michigan. Why are you working with Donald Trump? I talked with her on the island in the spring, and I said, that is kind of against type. And she said, look, after the election and her candidate for president wasn't elected, Kamala Harris, she said, I've got 2 years left. And I'm paraphrasing her. And she said, I'm going to do what I got to do for the people I work for in Michigan. Selfridge was high on our list. There was another bit of an argument among some of her supporters, particularly in labor. You know, there was that big set of bills that never got transmitted to the governor after Democrats had passed them when they still had the trifecta. Senate sued. The suit went on and on and on. And finally, Matt Hall, the Speaker of the House, sent them to the governor, and she vetoed. And I think that might factor in to some of the dissatisfaction. And one other thing to remember, she is in her 8th year as being governor. And it's not wholly unusual to see people who have been around in politics for a long time, by the time you get to the end of your time in office, drop off. I think all three of those things may be playing into that. And it may be just a little fatigue, too.
Rick, you mentioned that disapproval rating. As we know, John James endorsed by President Trump. Talk about what he needs to do now until November.
Well, I don't, I can't advise, but here's what I think he will probably do. I think he'll talk about issues that matter to people in Michigan, because now we go into a general where you're not just talking to the base, but I think we've got movement at the Stevens campaign event.
Yep. She just started to, she walked out on stage. Let's listen in.
Thank you all. I know it's been an exciting night. I know it's been a long night, because that's the Michigan way. But I want to give you all an update, all right? We knew that this was going to be a close race, and that's exactly what we've got. A close race. We are still waiting on results, and we might not know the results until early in the morning, maybe even later tomorrow. We are still waiting on results from Detroit. We got Keith Williams in the House, the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party Black Caucus. And Keith knows we're also still waiting on results from Flint, Muskegon County, Macomb County. But friends, I am feeling good about this race. I am feeling fired up, and you should be too. But I want to talk about the stakes of this race a minute. We've had a long, hard-fought primary, and we'll know soon who our nominee is going to be. And whoever wins is going to go and take on Mike Rogers. Republicans are going to do everything they can to throw all the dirt, all the mud, the kitchen sink at us, because they want to keep the U.S. Senate red, so Mike Rogers can keep rubber stamping Donald Trump's ridiculous agenda, higher prices, 1,000 manufacturing jobs lost nationwide, corruption and abuses of power galore. They want to keep the Senate red so Mike Rogers can go to Washington again and sell us out to the highest bidder and make himself even wealthier. They want to keep, they want to keep the Senate red so Mike Rogers can ban abortion, gut health care, and roll back workers' rights and voting rights. No. Friends, we are not going to let that happen. So, Michigan, we are not going to know the results for just a little while. We're with you. The Congresswoman from West Michigan, everybody. Hillary Skolton. She's the mom of two great boys here, and their future's on the line. So we got to get some sleep or get some coffee. And then we got to be ready to go. We got to wake up and be ready to go, because if we are going to win this thing, which we are,
We are going to have to get ready and show Mike Rogers what a little stick it to him looks like. Thank you, friends. See you soon. Thank you, Senator Stabenow.
Okay, Representative Haley Stevens says she's not going anywhere just yet. As she pointed out, she's waiting on results from Detroit, Flint, Muskegon County, and Macomb County. Says she's feeling good. She's fired up.
Yeah, she says we knew this was going to be a close race, and we may not know the results until tomorrow morning, maybe the afternoon. So we're still waiting. And she told kind of the supporters tonight, we need some sleep, so time to go to bed perhaps, or even get some coffee, she said.
It seemed to indicate maybe that they were going to step away, like any from the Republican Party there, and kind of hunker down privately waiting for these results. Rick Alvin, you just watched that with us. What do you make of that?
My takeaway was coffee. That was something I've been thinking about for a while. No, I think it's unsurprising that she came out with that optimism, because we had just spent the last 5 minutes explaining this race is still winnable. So somebody's going to win it. She, at this point, is still lagging a little bit, but the numbers, the percentages have not gotten out of hand. And she still has votes that are there on the map, as we showed you, from a bunch of counties that have not yet finished their counting. Once again, I go back to this. You have to have enough votes to make up the difference, and however many votes that your opponent is going to get, because El Sayed is going to get more votes as those are counted. So you got to be able to beat him at a percentage that you can close a 30,000 vote gap or whatever it is. And is that possible? Yes. Do a lot of things have to go right for that to happen? Yes. Do they have some idea that some of these precincts and some of these places that haven't been tabulated have high turnout for her? They may well know that, or at least suspect that. So I think that's what they're waiting for, and I think it would have been unusual for her to concede at this moment unless they had good evidence that they didn't have enough places to get enough votes. Some of those places she talked about, in Flint, in Muskegon County, I think those are going to split. I mean, I don't think that she gets a 30,000 vote bump out of those two places. Could be wrong. But it just doesn't seem like that's the way the votes will split in those counties. I think they'll be closer than that. I don't know about Macomb County. I don't know if that's going to be able to push her over there. And then, of course, the big wild card is how much of Detroit, what part of Detroit is still left to be counted, because there are areas there where she can pick up some votes. They certainly can, depending on how many people voted. But again, it's the 30,000 plus however many El Sayed gets in the next few hours. And the question is, are those votes there? And the answer will come sometime tomorrow. Well, today, I hope.
Yeah, oh, yeah, today, right?
Yeah.
I thought you had the answer, Rick.
Yeah,
Rick, thank
I
you
wish.
for that. News 8's Josh Sanchez is with the Haley Stevens campaign. He just listened to that speech as well and is in the room still. Josh, what can you tell us?
Yeah, as you heard from Stevens, the idea is to stay locked in, even though it is early into the hours of Wednesday. She came out here to energize supporters. You know, one of the notes that I took down here, I am feeling fired up, and so should you. And so that's the energy that I'm seeing now. Right now, Stevens is making her way through the crowd right now, greeting supporters. You know, like I mentioned earlier this night, that was one of the things that I was hearing from some of the people out here at the watch party, is that they wanted to see Stevens. They wanted to see Stevens to come out here and energize the troops, get them rallied up, even though that there's still this tight margin in the ballot count. Rick was, again, talking about some of the counties that we're still waiting to hear from. So even though we're still waiting to hear from these results, it seems like the word from the Stevens camp is to stay locked in into the early hours of Wednesday here. And we'll have to see how the next couple of 30 minutes to the next hour, see if that ends up either the crowd here begins to wither down, go home and wait for a response at home, or if they're going to stay locked in here. You know, I reached out to one of the volunteers here to ask, how long do you have this room? They didn't give me a clear answer, so we'll have to see how long we'll be locked in here. In Detroit, Josh Sanchez.
Yet again, Haley Stevens saying that she's feeling good about this race. She was joined on the stage with Congresswoman Hillary Scholten and her two boys, Debbie Stabenow as well. They're doing a little dancing on the stage at times. Okay.
And here's Abdul El-Sayed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, y'all. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? All right, y'all. Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. A movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling this state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests, and for the billionaires. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what'll happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. And I'm gonna ask, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm gonna ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. I just gotta tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, how am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got in the business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era, and I just think that's the worst of all, because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is gonna know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday, who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're gonna have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. a community of people who came together around a set of ideals built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I'd spend summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles that I otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact that this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. And for the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like two little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they ask, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the healthcare we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
Well, we got the speeches. We didn't get the results.
Didn't get any answers. Although I did take away a couple of things from both of those speeches, and actually something that Congresswoman Stevens said to me last week when I talked to her, and she gave almost the same exact discussion about, look, it doesn't matter who wins, we got to get together, we have to work together because we can't beat Mike Rogers if Democrats are divided. He said that here tonight. It doesn't give me any insight as to what they're thinking, other than I think they both understand that if they leave the scorched earth that developed during this primary campaign, where things were said that sometimes can't be unsaid, Democrats could be in big trouble. And by the way, Democrats, not just in the Senate race, that could have a bad, really negative impact for Democrats up and down if there's this big festering argument between two factions. And it feels like to me both of them get that and somehow are going to try to pull these people back together. Admirable. Doable?
Right. But they both struck those conciliatory tones.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that suggests that they've been thinking about it. And I also suggest some of the party elders have said to both of them, look, I know you want to win, but after this thing is done, we got to pull it all together or we're not going to be able to win. I'm trying to look at my numbers over here. They've gotten a little closer. Looks like we are less than 2 points.
Yes, less than 2.
And so the difference now is about 23,000 votes. Oh, there they are right there. I wish I'd have thought of that.
So you understand why neither one of them are willing to
absolutely. And here's the thing.
Getting out.
And again, they have a much better idea than I of what precincts, what neighborhoods, where those votes are coming. And so just in this time, first time in an hour and a half, Stevens started to close that gap a little bit. So I don't know what that means. I know that it's really close, and I know that there's still enough votes out there that either one of them can win this thing.
All right, well, we're going to have to wait until later today, but I think that's
I'm so excited. I'm going to come back for dinner.
I know you'll be back in a few hours,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, so Rick, thank you so much
All
for
right,
your analysis.
thank you,
tonight.
guys.
Really helpful.
It was a nice team effort. People, it takes quite a bit to do the debates, the election night coverage, but it's important.
And we've been on since 9 o'clock, right, guys?
Yeah, it's been a long night. The candidates are leaving it at this point. We'll leave it at this point. Of course, stay with us on air and online. We'll be tracking these results. Look for any updates over at woodtv.com.
Yeah, absolutely, because we'll have it we'll put it out there as soon as we get it. And maybe it's before 6, maybe it's not.
but our coverage will also continue on day breaks. Thank you for watching and staying with us. Have a good night.
Good morning.